It should be going. Set up your meeting. Okay, I am. Come on, you lousy piece of junk. I want my stuff back. Oh, for Pete's sake. How do I get rid of this? Me talking. Where I don't see my mic.
Can we just leave it for today?
No, I have to tape it.
Are we doing a lecture?
Click on the speaker.
Speaker.
Yeah.
If you
Okay, now Katie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Katie? You can hear me?
Yes.
You can. Say something again.
Hello.
Okay, good. Now, this other dummy. I mean, here, what do I gotta do to get
if
him
you
off?
move your thing here and you click on this.
What, the live?
No, click on the speaker thing. Yeah, click once and it's muted.
Finally. Okay. All right. Can I read to you guys? Is that allowed? Are you sure? My son sent this to me last night. I thought you would find it interesting. Let me find this here. Oh, gosh. It's micro miniature. And I can't see it. I don't know how to do this without having this in my eyes, but here you go. All right. You guys know who Jim Caviezel is?
Oh,
Are you kidding me? He's an actor? Okay. Why won't this? It's boogered up now. What happened? All right. During the filming of Passion of the Christ, Jim Caviezel, playing Jesus, lost 45 pounds, was struck by lightning, accidentally scourged with a whip twice, leaving a 14-inch scar, had his shoulders dislocated, and suffered from pneumonia and hypothermia from hanging mostly naked on a cross for several hours outside. His body was so stressed and exhausted from playing the role that he had to have 2 open heart surgeries after the production. The crucifixion scene alone took 5 weeks of the 2-month filming time. The Passion of the Christ is the highest grossing R-rated movie in the US of all time. 370.8 million. Worldwide, it grossed $611 million. Most importantly, it reached many souls around the world. Mel Gibson paid $30 million out of his own pocket for the production because no studio would take on the project. And Jim Caviezel was warned not to take the role of Jesus because it would ruin his career. Today is Jim Caviezel's birthday. That was yesterday, by the way. And he's 51 years old. He proudly proclaims his faith in Christ amidst the godliness of Hollywood. Thank God for people like him who will step out to do what might be or might not sound like much fun, but it gets out to the world of God, the story of his salvation of mankind. Happy birthday, Jim Caviezel. How many saw the Passion of the Christ? Raise your hand. Okay, very good. That was him. I thought that you want to hear that. All right, good. Now, I need to figure out how I'm going to get this on here. Yeah. All right, so now here's what you're going to do. You are going to open chapter 5 lecture outline. And pull that up. And I'm gonna see if everyone can see this from the current slide. Okay. Okay. Okay, I believe. No, not quite yet. There we go. Okay. Now over here. All right. It's all set, finally. Here's how we're going to do this. I've only got a few slides here that I got to go through before we really start doing some action here. But so that you understand what we're doing, how many different kinds of tissues are there? Can you name one? Epithelial. Can you name the next one? Connective. The next is? Good. And the next? These are the only 4 kinds of types of tissue. And tissue is made up of cells. Thank you. So you have to be able to locate and find on a slide where these are. Now, I'm going to be showing you where this is, but you have to understand what these 4 do. Y'all hear what I'm saying when I say that? So that's not going to take very long. And then I'm going to say, and this is going to be a tough little thing for you, you may want to just pick up your PowerPoint, put it on the floor, pick it up, put it on the floor, pick it up, because you're going to have your microscope sitting there. So y'all hearing me? 6 of you can then go in the back when I say so. The rest of us have to mess with these cords on the floor. So here we go. Let's start. And you know what? Can I pray before I do it? Can I take this off to do it? Lord Jesus, we're thankful for this day, for the blessing that it is to be here and not try to do this at home. Thank you, Lord, that we have those that are in their homes that are doing it. But I'd ask, Father, that you bring us all together soon. Lord, I'd also ask that during this time that you give me the right words to say that would make these things clear and understandable to these students. In Christ's name, amen. All right. Similar cells are arranged in tissues that provide specific functions for the body. You all got the picture, I think, where it's cells, or I should say, atoms, molecules, macromolecules, organelles, cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, organism. We are now at tissues. Y'all get that there? So tissues. So we're looking at this and it says cells of different tissues are going to be looking a little bit different. So if they function different, they're going to look different. The 4 major ones that you had there: epithelial, connective, muscular, and nervous. And they have their functions, but I want you to just underline a couple of them for epithelial. Would you please underline coverings? Coverings, secretion, and absorption. And would you also write, it's not there, but right after that word absorption, underneath that word coverings, would you write the word line, L-I-N-E? All right, good. Let's go to connective a minute. Support, soft parts, and bind structures together. Underline support and bind. Muscular, body movement, movement, underline movement. Nervous tissue, conduct. The rest of it's underline conduct. And it says impulses to control and coordinate body activities. So those are the main words. Yes, a ma'am? Which one? Right there. All right, good. We got that? Yes, yes? All right, here we go. So all done up in a nice little table for you. They tell you those, you know, what's the function, what's the location. Why don't you look where it says epithelial, cover the body surface, cover, and what's that word you got next? Line. I always say cover and line. When I say epithelial, you'll see why in a minute. What are some distinguishing characteristics? Look what it says over there for epithelial. What's that first line say? Lack of what? Lack of blood. Wow, that's kind of weird. No blood vessels, no arteries, no veins, no capillaries. And you're like, we have something like that in us? All over the place. You ever messed around with it when you were a kid or watched some boy who was gross, who took a needle and stuck it through his skin and went, see, I can go back and forth. And remember that? And it pulled it out and it didn't bleed. Remember that? So that's an epithelial tissue. That's an example of one. Epithelial tissues don't have direct blood supply. They do divide and they're tightly packed. True. Over here. Connective, basically bind and support and protect and all that stuff. Yep. Most have a, what's that underlined? We got underlined there? Good blood supply. So one of the things that we got there, good blood supply. That's why whenever you have connective tissue broken, separated, etc., it heals very quickly because it has such a good blood supply. Muscle, well, gee, that basically, they are stimulated and that word contract, just underline contract. Nervous, okay, you get that. Brain, spinal cord, nerves, all that sort of stuff, communicate with each other, right? Communicate, underline communicate. So we got to go some distances to get that done. So let's see here, tissues, it says, are three-dimensional structures. So micrographs, photos, are pretty thin sections of tissue. So when you see these on the microscope, there is a bit of 3D to it, and you can do it. You see width, you see this height. What you don't see is thickness, is that right? But you can see thickness if you take your fine adjust or coarse adjust and do this, right? See how high it is all the way to the bottom. Y'all hear what I'm saying there? So you can see the three, but it's just not quite good. By observing these micrographs, the microscopic structure of tissues can be studied. Tubular body structures can be observed through micrographs as well. Now, here's an idea of what we're talking about. We've seen this in chapter 1 when we looked at part of this. So if I look at that picture, it looks kind of oval. That must mean I went through it at a what? An angle. Now, where's the tissue in this? Where's the epithelial tissue in this picture? Speak. Here's a few things to remember. This is called the lumen. We said epithelial tissue lines and covers. So if I've got me a tube here, can you visualize? The part my hand's touching on the outside is epithelial because it covers it, right? Now my hands are on the inside of the tube, touching out this way. That is epithelial tissue by virtue of the fact that what? It lines. So right here I see these. These are the ones that are lining this cavity. There is also out here on the outside sometimes one's fairly clear because that's covered on the outside. But in this particular case, this epithelial tissue is connected to connective tissue here. Note here when you do a longitudinal. So if you were to cut that longitudinally like this, I would find that, gee, here is on this side right here, that's generally epithelial, but on the inside is really more epithelial lining on the inside. So hold on a second, we're not quite there yet. So the general characteristics that we want to think about in this, epithelial is pretty widespread. Now I know at first you're going to say, well, all right, is this epithelial that I'm showing you here? My skin epithelium? Yes or no? Yes. So let's think about every tube in this body. From mouth to anus is a tube. That's lined with epithelial tissue. I have arteries and veins. That's lined with epithelial tissue. Also covered with it on the outside. How about inside my lungs, where air is going? They go into these tiny alveolar sacs, so that if you can get a instrument inside that little sac, everything that's inside that sac is epithelial. Everything on the outside of that sac would be not connected. In this case, it would be also. I need to get air across that cell membrane and cells all there to get to a blood vessel, an artery that's going to get oxygen. Every duct, every bone, bones are hollow. All of this, through every organ, there are spaces. So there's epithelium on the outside, there's epithelium on the inside. Everywhere inside here is epithelium, a lot more than you might imagine. You'll see a few examples here tonight. Says here that epithelial tissues always has a free, or what they call an apical surface, outside or internally, or both sometimes. Epithelial tissues are held in place by this thing called a basement membrane. Generally, it's held to connective tissue. They're made up of tightly packed cells containing little intercellular material, generally lack blood vessels, and readily divide. They're nourished by cells that are underlying them in the connective tissue because that's where we're going to find blood vessels. Good. Epithelial tissues function in protection, secretion. Okay, does this secrete? That's here. Does that secrete? Yes or no? What's it secrete? Sweat. Very good. Are there anything else that it secretes? Are there any waste products that it secretes along with sweat? Yeah, dead cells too. But yeah, there's other things it does as well. There are several shapes that you're going to find, and they are squamous. That generally is scale-like. Write the word scale over squamous. That's what it means. There's cuboidal, so it's just shaped like a cube, okay? And there's columnar. Look at my hands. Columns. See these columns like this? Columnar shape. They have one dimension much longer than the other two, okay? Number of layers, well, let's see. Sometimes it's simple, which means it's just one layer, but sometimes it's stratified where you have 2, 3, or even quite a few more layers. If that's the case, then we call it stratified. Free surfaces can be modified a little bit, the sides that go in, and I'll explain this in a minute. It says here modified to reflect basically specific functions, which are, and you can underline these two, cilia and microvilli. All right, let's look ahead here. Almost ready to start. Let's look at simple squamous epithelium. Well, squamous is scale-like, so it's flatter than it is wide, like a pancake, sort of. It says here cells are tightly packed together. They have a broad, thin nuclei inside. Due to the flattened structure of the cell, that's why it's like that. This type of is found for diffusion and filtration sites. Because it's suited to diffusion, it functions in the exchange of gases and the alveoli, those little sacs I spoke of just a moment ago. In the lungs, lines blood, lymph vessels, as well as body cavities. It's also pretty delicate and can be damaged pretty easily. This is all what it is, okay? Now here's an artist's rendering looking down on an epithelial layer. Now, you see that top picture there? Here's what the artist drew. See this? But they drew this by looking at that and by looking at this. Can you see that there? That's how they were able to come up with that picture. Does that make sense to you the way I say it that way? So here they are. You see that they're much flatter, and it looks like those nuclei are kind of mushed, right? So here I'm seeing it from this view. Here I'm looking down on the top of it, like this. Here I've gone hack, and I'm looking at it like this. You with me here? That's what I'm seeing here. So far, so good? So this is what it looks like. Now, this happens to be perhaps the worst slide I have. So here's you're going to say, by the way, what is this? This is the free surface. Remember, epithelial lines and covers. So that means on one side of it, there shouldn't be what? Anything. Y'all hear that? Yay? So right here is where we look for it. See where we're looking. Now on this next slide is the slide that you guys have that you're going to look at first. Unfortunately, you're going to go, Ellis, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? To see things, you got to kind of turn the light down. Believe it or not, this is the best focus I can get. What happens is this layer right here, can you see this? There's a space. This should be stuck on right here, but the basement membrane let go. And these are the cells. Now you're only going to see them on one side. When you look at this section that's on here, there's a rounded side. The rounded side is where you're going to look. Are you with me? Yay? Go find it. Here's your job. Got to go get your extension cord, the cord that's going to go to your microscope. You're going to do connect it to here. You're going to put your device probably on the floor and shut it so that you step on it as a phone. Then you're going to go and get a slide back there that says simple swans field. Y'all hear that? And find what I just told you to find. When you do, take the picture and bring it to me. If I say it's okay, then you found it. If you didn't, I'll send it back. What side on the tissue or the slide tissue you look at? Rounded or straight? Good, we'll get it. Let's see how you do. And do this slow. Where you going? Where you? No, you're just turning around. If I told you that yesterday, probably should turn it.
Epithelial cells, right, Mr. Ellis?
Pardon?
Or epithelial cells?
Epithelial cells, yes. Simple squamous epithelium.
What exactly is squamous? That's just like the
Scale-like,
scale,
like shaped like a scale, real flat,
okay. And it's just
with
like,
kind of a jaggedy edge.
when you say squamous, that's just kind of like relatively how you're describing
The cells specifically.
the shape of them.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mr. Ellis,
Yeah.
what do you want me doing?
Say what?
What do you want me doing?
All right. And yours. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm dandy. You have everything we have. The only part of this that you're missing is finding it on a microscope slide, making the microscope take you along your way. That's
Okay.
important, but there's no way that I can get you to do this on your own. Like, for example, let's say we sent a microscope home. If we did that microscope at home and I sent the slides at home and you had them, you'd have a question that I couldn't answer. Mr. Ellis, it looks like this. What did I do wrong? And I'll
Yeah.
say, I have no idea. I can't see. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This part of it, I haven't the slightest clue how to do it better. But every picture that you've got, like in this case here, I did these pictures, well, right here, right there first. Can
Yeah.
you see? You know what? You can't, can you? I didn't invite you. Screen here. Hang on just a minute.
I can see it behind you.
I know. Let's
put up
try
the
this. This should be better. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so now looking at this, you can see here, this at the, can you see my pointer or not? Can you see my pointer?
No.
No? Let me try it over here. Hang on. How about this? Can you see it there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is what we call a hole mount. Hole mount, and this piece right here is what we're looking at, a cross section. We're showing these, but the artist looks at this and says, oh, this is what you're talking about in yellow. See that there?
Uh-huh.
Our slide that we have here at Wheaton Academy is that one. It's the worst one we have. Okay. So they'll get better as we go along. But you have the exact same thing we have, except you're not doing it on the microscope. Yes, sir, that's it. You see it on the top there. Very good. As soon as you get it, hey guys, as soon as you show me that on your phone, put the slide back, sit back down. We're going to be right ready in a minute. Okay? But as soon as you get a picture of it, you want the rounded edge. So Kate,
Yeah.
you get that? You get what I'm saying? So
Yes.
anytime you're sitting there, you need to ask me a question and say, all right, what's that or whatever, especially while they're doing their thing. You can sure ask me. Okay?
Sounds
All
good.
right.
Also,
Go ahead.
what I missed the test. How should I make that up?
Can we try? Wait, something just happened really wide with the sound. Can you try that one more time? Go ahead.
I missed the test.
Yes.
When do you make that up?
You send me an email and I will send it back to you, but you need to tell me when you're ready to take it.
Okay.
Are you ready, for example?
I think I'm ready. I sent you an email Friday, maybe, and I
Say
like
that
attached my
thing?
cheat sheet just so you can approve of it.
Okay, I will send, when I get that email, I'll get to it, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Deal? And then
Yeah.
when you're done with it, you send it back.
Okay.
You
Sounds good.
only get 50 minutes to take it.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, sir.
What power do we use?
High power, guys, high power. Got to find it on high power and show me. Sorry, pardon? High power is blue.
This one I'm looking for?
Nope.
What am I looking for?
Right there.
Oh.
You're in the, here's the, all right, can you all turn around? Walk right over here. Can you all see me and Andrew up here? Andrew has a slide, and on his slide, he's got something that's shaped about like this. Is that about right, sir? I guess. This is where I want you to be. See where I'm going like this? You gotta be there. Some of you are showing, and Andrew, hold up your picture for them to see. Andrew's right here. Where does Andrew need to go? He's gotta go that edge, not these, but this one. As soon as you have it, bring it to me on the phone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And do it quickly because others are way ahead of you. Take a picture of it, bring it to me. Can you go? Go to a spot right or left of that. See what it looks the same.
I don't even know.
No, that's not where you want to go. That's it? Yes, ma'am.
We put our stuff away.
Don't put anything away. You're gonna have another slide in your hand in a few minutes.
Can I put the slide away?
Yeah, put the slide back. Yes, sir. That boy.
Is this it? This is to the right.
No, see, I don't see a free edge anywhere. You see the picture I drew on the board?
I had trouble finding the edge.
Don't get out. line of the needle in there, where you can see the stuff to the right that you're showing.
Yeah.
Now, up above that needle is that whole line. that-
Oh,
Mr. Ellis.
okay.
You're there?
So I had the right
Is this what I'm
idea.
supposed to find?
You don't do anything like that. Don't grab another slide unless I tell you to.
Mr. Ellis.
No, you have to tell them, I need to read it.
Oh, wait, I actually,
No, sir, I don't know what you're looking at. That ain't it. What slide? It looks like you did. You gotta take one that says simple squamous epithelium. No, you don't want that. Simple squamous epithelium.
Wait, Kelly, is this?
Lots of steps. What'd you do wrong now? Did you break it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, gotta find the, see that round the top? Look at me. Watch my round. Round the top. All right.
Oh, wait.
Say yes.
That's weird. Yes, that's it. That's how they pick it. Yes, on the bottom.
I'm surprised.
2 layers. See, there's a bigger. round.
Yeah, I get that. But what you want is up there.
Yeah, is
What
this.
you want up there. You don't want to have that dark stuff. 'Cause later on, it's the dark stuff. You want that stuff done. Get that dark stuff out.
So what is that dark stuff?
It's other tissue. But is that on high power? I don't think so. Yep.
That sounds like I'm hearing.
No, that's not. That's right. That's a low power. That's high power. You need it down to high. But I can tell the wrong area is not in the right place. This is the right place. See, look here. Look at hers. See that line across the top? That's what
This, I just told her this was.
when you want it moved, when you click, it doesn't always click exactly in the right spot. So you have to look.
Okay, you have this. I'm gonna use mine.
All right, nobody grabs another slide at all. You just sit back down and wait for me. Yes.
Mr. Ellis. I think
Is
I
it a
have.
picture? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you can take that and go to the top line, yeah. Top line. That's what you're after. All right, has everybody gotten this picture? If you haven't, come bring it to me. Yes, that's it. If you haven't gotten it, bring me the picture. You need to bring me the picture of it. Yes, sir. That's it. But that didn't look like it was high power.
I was on the red.
The red one, that's not high. High is blue. Do your best. Turn the light down, do what you gotta do. Yes, ma'am. No, why don't you bring me a picture?
Oh, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Mr. Ellis? This one?
That's it. Bring me your pictures. Bring me your pictures. You will get better at this as you go, but you gotta get the first one. Bring me a picture of what you got. Do what? Why, what's wrong with this one?
The metal silver part of it isn't working right. It like.
It won't hold it? Okay, lift it up. That's good. If it's like that, it will hold it tight. That's
No,
good.
it's, no, like it gets stuck here.
Here.
And it's kind of coming off right there. And then I can't move it to the side.
It's perfect the way it's supposed to be. You want it to be a little hard. That'll help. This is not gonna be, it's perfect the way it is. Perfect. Okay, try it again. Is there anybody who has not gotten an okay from me for their picture? Who has not gotten one? Bring it here, ma'ams. Ma'ams. If I sit there and do it for you, I did it for you. You need to find it. Let's see what you got. Yes, ma'am. Very good. Who's next? I can tell looking at that microscope, you're so far away from things, your stage has to come up. Stage has to go up. Grab the course adjustment knob and bring it all the way up. No, look at me. See the big knob? Biggest knob on it. Biggest knob on it. Now, turn it till that stage is all the way up. Turn it till the stage stops. It's all the way up. Good. Now just go down a little bit and try to focus whatever you're on low power. But you got to be looking in it to see if it's focused or not. Move things around so you can see. The what did? You'll need the thumbnail, what do you call it? What do you call it when you put the name on it? Tag it. Tag your pictures for what it is. What's this one going to say? Simple squamous epithelium. Tag your picture for that name.
What are we doing?
Tag the picture like you're naming someone's person. Like it's a picture of a person, put a tag on it. Yeah, simple squamous epithelium. Joe, bring it here. You have simple squamous epithelium? You? Are you good to go?
I don't even know. We're not sending it. I think we're just labeling it for ourselves.
Simple slow.
Look in there.
So what exactly, where is this?
Can you see what's there? Can you focus on it? Make it the best focus you can, change the light as you need to. Don't change anything else. Can you see what that's done? Good, let me see.
I can't really label it.
Yeah, now go to the next power. Now, here, you saw this whole thing. Look. You saw this whole thing kind of light up here, see my fingers, I made that nice cut, and then this was cut. Right at the top.
I don't know. Because I know, I like it. Oh, you said yourself, saying this is full.
That's right.
You gotta make. No, I don't send it to myself. Just send it to yourself.
Good job.
What?
So an hour.
Outstanding.
Just send it to yourself.
Just download it in Photoshop.
That's what this is.
We're gonna take 30 minutes.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Yes.
All the time we're on low, and then when you're on high,
And there's free.
What's the deal with that?
Bro, that's imagine.
I don't even know. That makes, I don't know. I have like mine.
yeah,
was thinking about getting the 12, but then I thought plugging in LG. It's really like. I don't know. They're going back to the square head. I think it'll be cool. But honestly, it's probably just a big scheme. Different times so that they keep cases. Well, yeah, all it's square. I think it's cool.
Better picture. Can you see the top edge?
And they're saying it's gonna have like a magnetic ring in the back so that it can do. It'll like line up wireless chargers and then it'll be backwards charging for AirPods. You should know where to find your AirPods. They said that might be like a software. They might not make it available.
I got it.
I think I got it now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think the last few are being done as we speak. Let's go to the next one, okay? And you know what? It might help if while I'm doing this, if I do this. I apologize. Let's make sure I'm finished. Okay. So let me do this way. What's this one? It's not scale-shaped cells, but what are these? Cuboidal. Literally, they're cubes, okay? Three-dimensional cubes, but you're only going to see how many dimensions when you cut through it. Two. Good. So it says simple cuboidal consists of just a single layer, just one, single layer of cube-shaped cells with a centrally located nucleus. That's what it's going to look like. Key is finding it. Says here, lines most kidney tubules. If you were to slice through a kidney, most of that tissue of the kidney that you go through, you would see these cells as lining tubes. You'll see what I mean in a moment. It functions in urine formation in the kidney and glandular secretion in glands, the thyroid, the adrenals, the cortex, all those, okay? When it lines tubules or ducts, you gotta have a free surface, just like you saw on the first awful slide you had. So you're gonna find that, and it will be the lumen that's inside the tubule, okay? So here's, I think, how they're gonna show this to you. I have it right? Yeah, there we are. Look at the one on the left first. You're like, wow, that's perfect. Why can't we just look at that? Because that just kind of tells you what it should be like. These are the simple cuboidal cells. Can you see them? Not exactly always cubical, but you can see that that's the right word that applies to them. Notice here is the lumen, right here. So all these, right here, you see this, and you see that dark line right there? That's what they call the basement membrane. It's right here too. Sometimes it's clear and sometimes it's not even, you can't see it. Are you with me there? That depended on where the knife went through to cut this. This is also a lumen right here. Do you see this? So the idea is you've got a squashed tube going this way. Can you visualize this as I'm showing you? Yes? So when I cut the tubule like this, I leave this oval shape and I'm looking at these epithelial cells. How do I know that they're epithelial? Because they have a free surface. See the free surface here? Yes, yes. Okay, now kidney will be a whole lot easier, but it will still say simple cuboidal. Go get it. Show me a picture of it. When you show me a picture of it, I'll know you have it. Remember, only take one slide. There's a few of us in here. Make sure you get the slides back in the right tray.
What if I tell you, you'll be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No, this one, you gotta be somewhere in the middle. This is inside.
Well, it's just one cell.
You're not looking at the edge this time, you're going in the middle of it to find these holes, which are actually tubes.
Wait, are these the holes?
Huh? These are,
Are these the holes?
no, but I see them all over the place there. You find them? Yes, ma'am. Very good.
Oh.
Yeah. You get in there and get on to high power, you'll see what you're talking about.
Oh, that's true.
Bring me a picture if I haven't already okayed it. I'm gonna sit down.
Oh, perfect. Yep. Very good. Perfect. No, down into the tissue more. You're at the edge. Go down inside the tissue more. Get in a spot. Are you, this is high power? Yes? Okay, look here, when I take this. You see that right there? That's the lumen. There's another lumen. There's one messed up lumen. Okay, you with me there? But that's them. And it is here too. Okay?
This isn't it, is it?
You're not on high power yet.
Ah.
When you get to high power, you might see the right thing. Okay, handsome. Focus, mess with your light, make that right there clear in image.
All right, then I'm good.
Yes. Oh, look at all of them. Okay? See all these holes? Each one of them are surrounded by a cuboidal. Y'all see that? Good.
No,
Well
Michelle,
done.
I think it's just a picture, like how I think it is.
Well, give it another try because you need a much clearer picture than the one you showed me. You need a clearer picture than that too. Is that something? Yeah, make it, oh, wait a minute. What'd you just do?
I just zoomed out. I just zoomed in because I thought you wanted to.
You need a clearer picture. Your focus is off. I should be able to go up and see it's still clear. Let's see. You need to do the same thing. Focus the fine adjustment and then take another picture.
This good?
I think so. Let me see. Yes. Now, well, we, yeah, see these up here are better,
Yeah.
actually. See, that's
yeah.
better than there. And then there's a whole wide one there. Good.
Yeah.
Picture perfect. Very good. Very good. Yes, it's very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Outstanding. Very good. Yep. That's good. Now, wait a second. Can I have it back? In when you're looking there, can you go, because these are like all mashed and I can't see that many. Can you go to a spot that has more consistently round, like,
Round, nice.
yeah,
yeah.
like just move it around a little
Yeah,
bit from where
for
you're
sure.
at and see if you can't find that. And show me, right here, like this. See hers? See those holes?
Yeah.
You have that on your slide somewhere. Find that. Looks good. It is better. It'll do, oh, hey, now you can. So you can see the basement membrane a little more on that side. That's good.
Nice.
Yeah. Very good. Yes. Very good on the bottom more than the top, but that's good. You got it all. So good.
Okay, so are we looking for like more,
Here,
more
let
lumens?
me show you. Well, a lumen is all you need is a lumen.
Okay,
See this one you got right here?
yeah, because that's not
There
on
we
the
go,
highest one.
right there. That's the stuff you want, those cells there, that lumen, that basement membrane.
Yeah, and you still don't want us using like white, like the highest power?
No white, no
No,
white,
alright, just blue.
no white, just
Alright.
blue.
Like that?
Here, hold that.
Should I use the restroom? So-
Run. See those that are in the middle? Take their picture.
That's literally the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, it makes it. I'm excited.
How messed me up.
Yes, sir. Who has not shown me a picture of cuboidal squamous or cuboidal epithelium? Who has not shown me a picture? Okay, that looks good. All right, can we go over this one more time? Look at me, all of us. Look here. So as I look at this, simple cuboidal, look, here it is. Look here. Then it says I've got connective tissue. So all this stuff that is not cuboidal, all this is cuboidal. This is all what? All connective tissue. Basement membrane, see how that line's nice and dark, but it's not there. The nucleus, you got that free surface or the free surface of the lumen. Yes, yes. Here's the Wheaton Academy picture. Is that sort of like the ones you used and just saw? Okay, very good. Well done. All right, anybody not with us? Okay, let's go on to the next one. Simple columnar, okay? This one made up of a row of tall elongated cells of 3 dimensions. 2 are kind of normal, but one's, okay, so it's columns, they call it columnar. It says here that nuclei are located near the basement membrane, near the bottom. Cells may be ciliated or non-ciliated. Non-ciliated cells line the uterus, stomach, intestines. And by the way, do I need you to know that information? Yes, but not on the lab test. On the lab test, I'm just going to ask you, what's the name of this tissue? Or I'm sorry, let me say this. I want to say it right so you see my lips. Are you with me here? On the lab test, there'll only be 3 questions at every station, and they're the same 3 questions. What kind of tissue is this? Of the 4 types, what's this? You know the answer, tell me. Of the 4 types of tissue, what type is this? It's epithelium. You all hear that? Next question. If you could read the slide, some of these, like one will say bone, another will say blood, another. If you could read the slide, what would it tell me we're looking at? Well, for this slide, it would say what? Simple columnar epithelium. You would say that. You all hearing me? Last question, name the thing at the end of the pointer. And I'll have it pointing on one of those things that you got to know, the lumen, the free surface, the cuboidal cells. Are you all hearing me here? Same 3 questions, every single microscope you look into. What kind of tissue is this of the 4 that you know? If you could read this slide, what does it say you're looking at? And lastly, what's that thing at the end of it? Y'all hear that? The lecture test is going to cover information like this. You see that there? That's the difference. Okay, yay. Function, where do I find it? That sort of thing. All right, yay, yay. All right, looking back to this again. It says here, non-ciliated line these places that I just said, secrete digestive fluids, absorb nutrients. That's all what they do. The ciliated ones have long extensions of cilia. From the free surface of certain cells, they beat in a certain direction to move cells or mucus. You were asked, I think we did this, but tell me again, where do you find cilia in the human body? There's only 2 places you find it. Yeah, right here in my respiratory tract, moving what? My favorite stuff. What's it moving? Mucus. So it goes up here and you swallow it. Is that right? Good. Where's the other? Think female. What's that? Fallopian tubes. So going from where the egg is to the uterus, the egg has to be moved. It doesn't move itself. So it gets to the mucus and it has a nice slitless long thing here along the way, and the cilia are all feeding it that way. Are you with me here? So that's what that's going on. Now let's see what we have next. This is the artist's rendering on the left. And on the right, actually. But here we go. Notice here, you're like looking at this, and I see a basement membrane, and all the nuclei are located near the bottom, aren't they? Yay. Or you might have it upside down. I don't know. It might be going up, depending on the slide you got. notice these. Now, you won't see the mucus in little droplets like that. Are you with me here? What'll happen is right here, this will just appear to be clear. All right, compared to the rest of the tissue. So note here, as we get along, I see the nuclei along the basement membrane, which is almost absent along here. I can't see it very much at all. But notice here, in this case here, I'm looking along here, microvilli. This is a microvilli that just kind of sticks out like this, and it's a finger-like projection found in your intestines. Goblet cell here was stained. Yours will not be stained. It'll appear to be a clear goblet. You know what I mean by goblet? You have a goblet glass at home, and what do you put in it? Most people put beer or wine in it, right? You all hear me? It's generally a wine glass, but it's that shape, okay? Goblet, yes, and microvilli. Good. Now, let me show you the Wheaton Academy. I think I got a couple of them. And what are those things sticking off? What are those things sticking off? Cilia, very good. Now, I have this one kind of darkish, but you can see here again that you have the nuclei at the bottom. And you can make out a cell right there. I can see the nuclei and the cell membrane, cell membrane, cell membrane, cell membrane right there. And I think I have one more. Let me see. Nope, I don't. But you'll see some light, you'll see some dark. I would look at a couple this time. So this is one of those moments where I say, I got several kinds of slides in that same tray, some that are dark, some that are light, some that are in between. So make sure you take a picture of both, at least two. Y'all hear me there? Yes, yes? All right, go do it. Should say ciliated columnar epithelium, I believe. When's the bell ring, by the way? Well, okay. Go slow, do not bump into one another or knock into the board or trip over a bag or a board or anything of that kind. Yes, sir. Very good. Huh? What? Don't go ahead of us, guys. All right, when you got the picture of it, bring it to me, let me see it, and then make sure we get a slide that looks different than that one you got and try another. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Do you have money? Wait, never mind. Wherever it is, you gotta find it. It should be in the middle. Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, good. Now, this one is the one I told you what, you're gonna need to see one that's dark. You won't. You'll know after you see the other.
This is also like one singular cell in there.
You see those?
You want the edge of it?
That's the start of a novel.
Is this like? Oh, I moved it. Yeah.
Is that a dark one?
That's a light one, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes, run,
Also,
come back with the beach sweater.
I couldn't hide it.
There's anything on it.
Oh, hey, Abby,
Yeah,
Abby, Abby,
that's
Abby.
Do you have a light?
No.
I like slide. I like it. I don't want.
Mr. Ellis.
I think I'll have.
And then.
No.
Oh.
There's the other one. Yeah, but then.
Oh my gosh. Let me see. Oh, you're so welcome. Don't go away. Does anyone have a dark one?
That's fine.
or just candy, can you put it down?
Hey, I'll think about it.
Think about
Wait, what? Yeah. but in all of that.
Is this like what it's supposed to be?
I don't think so, Trevor.
Yeah.
Well, Andy.
Oh my God.
There's literally just like nothing on
I
this
can
slide.
find it for the ones. Where you got nothing?
Yeah. I'm gonna go get the slide.
Like with your scrubs on too, like you really do look like a doctor, like analyzing it.
Maybe I am. Good. Ellie, what is your life?
Terrible.
Dark one.
That's a- I'm a dark Kelly has that. Let me.
As soon as you let me see.
The dark one is a.
I know.
High power, like.
Mr. Ellis.
It's
Okay, it's literally right here. Hello? I don't know. You can like focus it more. But it's like right there.
Daddy,
Do you see anything?
I see it.
No.
All right, has everybody got that one?
No, not yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
show me then. I'm gonna sit down.
Mr. Ellis, anything.
Oh my God. Why is it facing like inward?
Yeah, that's it. That's really it.
Yeah,
You got it.
Yeah. well,
Can I show you my picture?
I suppose. Guys, listen to me. I know not everybody's finished, but so listen up. We got a few more slides to do. So I want you to remember that the reason we have slides that look different is I got them from different companies sometimes. Sometimes from the same company, a few years apart, they dyed them a little dark. Sometimes they dyed them a little light. Sometimes it's still the same thing. Are you with me here? The one that is light is taken from the respiratory system, and the one that is dark is taken from the digestive system. They are both ciliary. Are you all hearing me here? So coming from a different place, it will look different. And sometimes it's the same exact stuff, and it looks different just as statement. Okay, all right.
I think so.
And then I
Move it,
have.
move it to,
Okay, has everybody shown me
What's
their
next?
masterpiece picture? Yeah.
What's that?
If you haven't shown me your masterpiece, very good, then bring it to me now. Very good, nice picture, Cat. You too, man. Hold on, a second. We want this part we don't want, we want that. This, that's what we want right there. Okay, very good.
Ellie had it.
Are we ready yet? Let's see these masterpiece pictures. Very good. Yes. Right now? Right when I'm gonna explain things? Can you wait just a second? Okay, yes. Hep? You want hep? Right, you have a seat, relax a minute. How many times did you get to do that in class? I can tell you didn't see it on the roll call. You have to find it on the roll call. See nothing on the roll?
No, no, but like, do you know the very one? Yeah. All their lights out. Do you know,
Yeah, so I think he wants to see like. Sitting along the way. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, no, sorry, I was having.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you have a tissue and it's nice and perfect. Oh, it might. And then you go bump. Okay, we ready? Have a seat. Have a seat. Hey, seat. Okay, I'm moving on. Here's your next one. Hey, guys, what does the prefix pseudo mean? What's that? What? What did you say? What's it mean? Tell me, Shane. Who was that? Was that you or you? Oh, that was him. What'd you say? Look at these fingers. Look at it. What'd you guys say? What does pseudo mean? What? You kidding me? Wow, okay. Pseudo, remember this. This is turning into a pseudo anatomy and physiology class. No, it's not dinosaur. It means false. Okay, false. So, all right, look at this. It says pseudo stratified. What does stratified mean? You got what, guys? Layer. Simple means you got one layer. Stratified means you got many layers. But why does it say pseudo? It's fake layered. It looks like it's layered, but it is not layered. Are you with me here? All right, now you'll see it in the picture here because I'm going to show you with my hands here. But if you'll look, it says on the screen, it says the cells appear layered due to the varying positions of their nuclei within the row of the cells, but are not truly layered. Cells vary in shape. All cells reach the basement membrane, but not all reach the free surface. Most have cilia along their free surface. Some goblet cells, to make my favorite stuff, mucus. It says here, found in the passageways of the respiratory system and the respiratory tract, the mucus traps the dust, the microorganisms, even bad ones, and the cilia sweep them away from the airways. Now look at me. With my hands, what are you doing with twisting that, boy? Put that little clamp on there, turn that tight. All right, here we go. Look at my hands. Look at my hands. Look at my hands. My hands. See these? These are columnar cells. These are pseudo-stratified. Watch this. You're like, wait a minute, how can that be? Now look, see where my hands are? If I already cut right there, would I get the top of that cell, the top of every cell, the bottom of every cell? No. You'd see the bottom of one and not the other, and all sorts of weird things. Look at this picture. I got one here, but it doesn't make it up there. It's like, oh, it may come out, but it's going to come out over there somewhere. Look at this one. It stops, but maybe that's it back there. This one stops. Maybe it stops completely there, and that's the end of it. This one here is making goblet, making mucus. This one Gosh, did that have a start down there? Well, maybe not. That's why the nuclei is up there. You all with me here? It's still simple. It's still a simple single layer. But it appears, look how it appears. It appears to be what? Multiple layers with all those nuclei at the bottom, doesn't it? Yes, yes. Okay, now this is what we have here. So check it out. We got cilia. Yeah, got that. Goblet cells. Yep, got that. Find those. Find a spot that has that. Pseudocolumnar epithelium. That's what you got. And notice what the goblet cells look like. Okay. Good. Basement membrane, nucleus. We got that connective tissue it's attached to. Here's mine. This is what yours may look like. Are you all seeing that there? Do you see goblets anywhere? Yeah. For example, in that one, and a few of these others that are a little bit lighter are probably them too. You all see that? What is this stuff? Cilia. Good. Find pseudostratified columnar epithelium. Show it to me. I was Joe Robertson. That's me. Calling. Me who? I don't know. Where's the one that has a free edge? Look and see if it looks like anything like it. Do you like how I'm being cagey? You know why I'm being cagey? I want you to be a better student. I'll show you, tell you every time you understand.
Sure.
What you got, boy? Yeah. Good. Sometimes they write that out. Tell me why part of right there, where is it? Focus.
Yeah.
Do that. It's like,
Should we use my power? Oh,
so you have one part focus, another part's part of the ground, and the other part's focus. So when you got it on there, you cut it, it starts to walk.
What do you want to find? It's like the,
See this?
where the police.
See this? See this? See this?
Got it.
What
do you want those to look
So,
Keep going. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so good.
This is something.
I see.
yeah.
Are you done? No. You go for that.
I don't think.
Yeah. You want
Try.
Oh, are you going back? Gonna try some? Very much. Oh, you go back. Wait, no, you can
Let's keep going.
Don't be taking slides before I tell you to get them.
Come on now.
Cheater, cheater, cotton eaters.
It is right up there at the top. So move it up.
That's why it's silly.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's all.
Exactly. I'm like,
Well, it was wet, ready. I think I might be wrong.
All right, who have I not seen? Whose slide have I not seen? Good, let's go on then. Let's see what we got here. Oh, here we go. We got a humdinger for you. Okay, you like humdingers?
Yeah.
I like humdingers. Stratified squamous. Stratified means one layer or two or more. More layers, many layers. Many layers of what kind of cells? What kind of cells? Squamous or scala, good. And it's epithelium. It says they're made up of many layers of flattened cells designed to protect underlying tissues. Would that be it? I think so. Says here, this type of epithelium is named for its shape of the outermost layers, indicating there might be layers that are different. These layers are composed of squamous cells. Cells divide in the deeper layers and push the older cells outward, where they begin to flatten. Makes up the outer layer of skin, called the epidermis, and lines the mouth, esophagus, we won't say that word, okay, vagina, there we go, and anal canal, all the fun places. So it says here in skin, the outer layers of cells undergo, get this, keratinization. I don't know, should I take you there? Yeah, you need to go. Okay, so let's see here. Let's start with the gentleman, shall we, gentlemen? I'll bet you guys at some point or another have noticed a young lady's leg. You don't have to say that you have, don't, raise your hand. But I'll just bet if you have. I'm gonna assume that's true, okay? So now here's the deal. Yeah, and I'm saying young ladies, I could have you use your own, but there's a difference, because ladies do what to their ladies if you don't? They shed. Because the same thing happens to your legs. But when you see a lady's leg, and she's getting out of the pool, out of the lake, whatever, where you've been that you've seen a lady's leg, what's the water constantly?
You see that. It's the water. I'm not having so much water. This is fun? Okay, so hold on. Now, I'll tone it down.
Like when guys get sponsored.
So in other words, the water that's on their skin because of this stuff called keratinization, it's like having a thick wax job on your leg. Because it comes out and it goes over the top of the dead skin that it sits in. Are you with me here? So in other words, you touch skin anywhere and it's not living skin, it's dead skin, and it's keratinized. There's a lot of keratin. Keratin is the same thing your fingernails are made of. Soft and bendy, but not near as thick as your nail, correct? Right? So if I put water on that, it's gonna speed up just like it's on a car that's been waxed. You hear me? So that's like that. Now it's doing that to all of you. It's doing that in your scalp and everywhere else. But if you got hair there, you really can't see it because it's kind of piling up the hair and doing all that sort of stuff. But if you got a shaved part, that's what it will do. Speed up. Now, you don't have to say that you've seen that, but now you know where to look, right? Okay. All right. See here, I gotta thank you for that. Did you hear that? Very good. Charles, I'll tell you something down the line later, okay? Little secrets. Okay, so now, waterproof protective layer. It is not just a water protective layer, but it is also protective against bacteria and viruses that are on your skin. Because it's just one other layer to get through, to get in to your skin where we find bloodstream, etc. Y'all hearing this here? So that's what's going on there. Keratinization does not occur in areas which tissues remain moist and alive. Oral cavity, esophagus, oh, those fun places again. So we don't have keratinization there. Y'all hearing me here? Because they're moist and wet all the time anyway. So what do we got? And we're like, whoa, Nelly, look at them cells. Wow. You know? So we have layer after layer after layer after layer after layer after layer after. And notice these start out almost columnar, like longer, but then they're for sure going to what? What's easier? Shape? Shape. Cuboidal. What are these up here? Squamous. And remember, when we have stratified, we are going to then say, all right, is it squamous? Is it stratified cuboidal? Is it stratified columnar? What is it? We name it by what's the outside. It's outside squamous, so we call this stratified squamous epithelium. Now, that's if you get some skin from these locations. Right there, y'all, tissue from these places. We don't have that. What I had, I believe, was skin. Now, our skin slides are going to look like that. And you're like, I can't tell because it looks like it's so much skinnier, not near as many layers. But if you look at this, you start at the bottom and you really can't see a basement membrane, but it is there. So you have some at the bottom that are a little more columnar, and then they become more what? More what? Cuboidal. And up here, they're flattened out. Can you see some laying out like that? Yeah. So those right there are the squamous on the outside. To find this, you have two sections on one slide, both pink, and you're going to look at them and go, I don't know which ones I'm looking at. And one is much better than the other. And you're going to look for the epidermis. That would be the top layer of skin. It's going to be pink, like that one, right? That's well shown. And have hair follicles. Hear that? Find it and show me that. That one should say human skin on it. That's why I first saw that there still. That's American still there. Still say human skin.
Yes. I got one, sir.
The one that has follicles. And you'll see them there when you're on low power. Always start on what power? Yep. Yes, but I'd use another slide too when I looked. I'd take that picture, take that, like, keep it, but look at one that's a different one. Has the green white, green type label. Let's see what you got. That's good, but now get one, this is, keep it, okay? That's good, but get one that's white tagged, green lettering, and I think it says Ward's Turtox on it, I think, Ward's.
Mine says word science.
Okay. Find an older looking tag. Okay, but you're gonna want this on high power, and I can't tell. My guess is you're on the wrong section. I'm not sure of that, but that's a guess I got. I don't see the top of anything. All I see is a muscle and connective tissue and a hair follicle. I don't see the top. I want the top. That's a hair follicle. I want the top layer of skin. Okay, you want to get on high power and you want to see right here. Hold it. See right there, that pink layer up there.
Oh,
That's what you
that?
want. Yes, but I want it in focus. What you got?
This is the wrong part.
Correct. It is the wrong part. There, that's how I should answer you. You want the top. Yes. Now I want it in focus and take the light out so I can see it better. Good. Keep it. Get another slide that's an older slide. Yes, ma'am. But I think you're in the part that doesn't have follicles in it. Go to the one that has follicles in it. Good. Go to the one that has follicles in it and on another slide and try it. Get that slide picture too.
How do I know if it has follicles?
It'll be an older slide. You'll tell by its labeling. Same thing to you.
Looks so weird.
That's good.
Why-
Keep
yours
it.
looks so good.
Is that high power?
Yes.
Okay. Go to one of those older slides that has two sections on it and see what you see.
Yeah, this is 2 sections.
Mine
Yeah,
doesn't,
but go to
like,
another
at all.
one
Okay.
that's older looking, stamp on it, or, you know what I'm saying?
I am at the end.
Yeah, but I can't see those cells terribly clearly. Why is that?
That's the high power. I don't know.
Is it blue?
Yeah.
Okay. Try another slide. I think that's the one without follicles. That's why you can't see the cells. Go to the side that has follicles. Could be, but I can't tell because you're not near the top.
I'm not near the top.
Correct. Better. That's what we want. Yeah, we're good. Yes, very good, sir. Yes, also, but hold it. Don't go. Keep this one and find another slide that has an older tagged green lettering. Okay. Same to you, sir. That's good. Keep it, but go to one that has an older tag slide to it. Same for you. Okay. See what you got this time. Much better. Yeah, much better. Period. Much better than the last time. Keep that one.
Should I put the thing away?
What
The
thing?
microscope?
I don't know. Am I done for today?
And then like
Yeah, we have like 4 minutes.
What time?
4 minutes.
Yeah, we do. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are stopping at this point, so listen up. Stand up, no matter where you are, stand up, stand with your slide in hand. Go take your slide back. Do that first. Come back, take care of your microscope and bring it in. And we are done. And hopefully we'll have enough time to clean your chairs and see if we do. I'll meet you in here with your microscope. I'll make sure to put away right. N-O-W. Go. Right.
It looks like. You'll know when you see it. It looks like that little, there's a lot of different.
Mine was nothing like that.
Lower on like the bottom.
Too late now.
Figure out eventually. Isn't that neat?
Yeah, I totally did it.
From my what?
Yes, I did.
Can somebody grab the rag? Somebody grab, already started? Good, thank you so much. Guys, if you'll please help get a rag, there's another rag here. Start wiping the chairs with her. Some over here, get those.
Now that's weird.
Someone's in here.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
We are almost done with epithelial. We'll finish that in our next meeting, which will be Friday. Is that right? Yeah.
I sent you the chapter 12:35.
Mr. Ellis.
Also, Mr. Ellis was asking, because you said that you had sent recommendation letters. Have you sent any recommendation letters to Mr. Ellis?
I can't get Scholar Sour to work. I've written one letter. I started on yours. I will go to him, well, him or Gregerson.
Yeah, because he was saying he could help you if you had like technical difficulties.
Got it. Thanks.
But I need to submit college
I have it almost done for you, and hers is done, so
Okay, perfect.
I will get it done soon.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Is this time to eat now, or what are we doing?
Yeah,
It's lunch now.
Okay. Bless you, ma'am, for doing that. Today is Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
It is lunch, and then it's bye, you guys. Thank you.
Student council students are handing out free ice cream bars for everyone. The trucks are outside the front.
You're missing the free ice cream bars. Run, quick, Ellen. Yeah. I would be the first, if I were your age, I'd be down there first in line. Yeah. I would have asked everything and everyone to do it. So I was at the class this morning. I didn't ask.
With Mr. Regan.
Regan. Yeah.
It was good. I didn't do any work, but that's okay. I'm not sure what it is, but I find it really hard to like write at school.
you do it at home
I do
now,
it at
or do you
home.
like go library? or-
I do it at home well, but I just find it hard, like, I need to be really free from all distractions.
No,
And I
I
find
have to
that
be
hard.
too. I'm like, I gotta be early in the morning, so I don't know one to see me interrupt me.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. And at home, it's gotta be when no one's home, when everybody's sleeping.
Yeah. So
I'm
I
the same
find,
way.
I find it hard, like, when Mr. Egan's talking to Corbin or Corbin's talking. I enjoy our conversations we have, but I just have to do all my actual work, which is okay. Yeah. Got your sandwich? You ready for lunch?
My favorite period of the day.
Me too. me
Number
too.
2 is gym.
Number 2 is, ooh, I love it, I love it.
Yeah, we'll see you. What's going on, Dick?
Guess what? We got
Interesting
through,
morning. What?
we got through all of that,
Did you? Good.
so.
So I need to time myself enough to where I get through all of it in one slot.
They do need, it's a lot for them though, so I think we should make a real effort to get, the stronger level. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And they'll be able to incorporate. I was able to, the key part for me was,
Yeah.
the key part for me was to be able to, get that phospholipid in the structure, what that phospholipid gives the polar and non-polar characteristics of the cell membrane. So
So you didn't use PowerPoint at all?
no, I did, no, I did use PowerPoint for the earlier one. I used the PowerPoint. I didn't
Oh,
use
for
big
the
PowerPoint.
functional group.
Right,
Okay.
functional groups and the thing, and I just let them practice. I let them circle. You gotta go to every kid. Did you circle? And there, and it was starting to click. I could tell. You could see the feedback. It's hard for them though. It's a lot, you know. I got a few. Can I go to the bathroom? You know, those kind of deals and all that.
I had bathroom break after bathroom break.
Yeah, they get. I understand that. We
I
have to
do.
remember.
I do too. I just
We have to remember
find
2
it
boxes.
difficult.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
So we have to go, or do you have juniors, or what age guys do you
I
have?
have
And advisory.
seniors.
You have seniors and advisory?
Yeah. So I don't have to go outside, I guess.
I think I have to.
You have juniors?
Juniors, yeah, that's today, right?
I might go outside, or I might go outside to help out.
What's that?
Try to keep track of all this stuff. It's just,
I'm like, I can't keep up.
what's that?
If somebody didn't tell me yesterday that today was advisory, I wouldn't be dressed up. Because I thought advisory was Wednesday, but that was the way it was last year.
I know.
Not now.
I came to school, forgot to certify a group. I remembered about 7:40, but to certify for that. I didn't get my temperature. I said,
I thought I was always like 98 something. I'm like 96, 97.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm like, I can't believe I always thought I ran hot. I didn't.
if I get it right when I get up, it's usually like 96 or 96 is actually metabolism, not quite. But I told Kathy last night. It was a normal temperature. I said, I was gonna get a rectal for pretty right. She called me a pig. You're a pig. And the thing is, I knew she was gonna say that. I just wanted to rile her up.
It's amazing to me how a nurse talk, they can go from dirty to clean. Not dirty, but I mean, something will this day. And then you chime in. And it's all of a sudden, it was the same thing they're talking about, but coming from you, it's wrong. Now. No, I don't get it.
But I had to get that endoscopy. I wanted her to administer it.
Yeah, hi, Ann. She said no.
She said, no, you're doing this. I said, how will I know if it works? She goes, oh, you'll know.
No. No. When I went to the oral surgeon yesterday,
Yeah.
kind lady that was the surgeon. But I asked Beth for the width because I was standing there and I'm like, I think I told you I have claustrophobia from my first MRI that I had 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And it's so bad, I can't even sit on the inside seat of a booth in a restaurant. I can't handle it. It's like, I never thought I'd ever have anything like this, because I've been in crawl spaces. My dad had to tie a rope to my feet so that I could get out. Because I couldn't any other way. And it never bothered me. After that MRI, I just kept getting worse and worse. Yesterday, you know how they have to they call it a dam. They put there that rubber thing that just about covers your whole mouth, and they tell you breathe through your nose. Well, I'm like, I can't. And she's like, you can't. And I said, that's why I want my wife there. I mean, I get anxious, and I don't know what to do with my anxiousness. I mean, I tried to get an MRI after that last one, or the first one I could never do it. So I tried open, I tried the other ones, and I said it just is impossible to get an imaging one. And I think when I had a surgery where I had a lump that was here, I had to move. It was the same thing. I got the butterfly on me, and all of a sudden I looked at Cindy, and she said something over me. And I said, I'm gonna ask her right now. I gotta go right. And or I'm gonna bust out of this room. And so they did. And I said, that happened to me. I told the lady, she said, okay, well, your wife can do it. Well, first I didn't say no, go to the parking lot. So they let Beth in. As soon as she saw the lady put that rubber thing around my mouth and on the tooth and everything else, she said, is there anything we can do to get some air for you? And I went, I can feel it coming over me. I was like, I'm gonna get out of this chair.
Yeah.
I can't handle it. I don't know
Was the
whatever happened to
MRI
me. Pardon?
It was the MRI that changed. When did you have that done?
It was before 2000.
Was it?
I had a lymphoma here.
It was malignant or?
No, it was benign. And had it removed about Christmas time. And man, it was a mess. I got out of that and I was like, man, and of course, now they always irritate me. I've heard other people have this happen to me. And I had another MRI after this. I just took 5. I took 2 at home, 2 Valiums. Took 2 when I got there and took 1 more after I got into it. And that little slide doohickey thing that goes in. Well, we're all done. And all of a sudden I felt it kind of jerk and kind of move and then it didn't move anymore. And I was ready to be out right now. They said, we're sorry, we have a couple of things. I said, can't you just manually unhook it and get me out? Well, yeah, but we need to make sure it stays. And I'm like, get me out now. And they said, well, we're trying to get it. And I couldn't find, I just shut my mouth. And it was probably 5 or 10 minutes later that the thing was, and I'm like, you think if somebody said that, and there's a manual to unhook it from that thing, that they could unhook it and then rehook it back for the next. But apparently that was not the case. They fiddled with it, they said in the past, and had great difficulty in getting it back afterwards. I'm like, get it fixed. I never thought I'd ever have anything like that. I looked at people and said their thoughts were full of things, it'll fall on your head. And it is. Is it hot outside? Have you been outside?
Not overly so. I was outside earlier for a picture. That's right. Our advisor goes to come back, right? They come back next spring. You and June used to live at the outside.
I gotta walk out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what it's, my singers are back, that's right. So we'll be watching it on, the link.
I was so thankful I got there yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know what I've done.
That MRI is a tremendous test
is.
diagnostically, but it's just terrible. You put someone at that kind of the noises.
I don't think the noise bothered me. It's just the part that bothered me was I'm not that big of a person. And I'm touching here, I'm touching down here, and I'm trying to go like, and it feels like it's right there.
Yeah.
Like I've been stuck in a test tube, you know? That's the part that got me. And I know I've been in tight spaces like that before, but I don't know why that experience was the beginning of all of what I experienced.
It changes as you get older, it's just.
Yeah. Did you ever develop an allergy, or do you have an allergy to any?
Oh, yeah.
Like what?
Okay, we bottom and stuff like that. Usually in June.
Yeah.
Really the allergies, that kind of thing.
I mean, I had aspirin all growing up. I had Advil, I had, except one that's Advil, but it's more constant, Aleve. I'd had that for several years. And all of a sudden, when I was doing my last couple winterims in Wisconsin, I came back from one, And right there was hurting on both hands, right there, from pulling, cross-country ski. I thought, man, I'm gonna take, you gotta leave, I'll have one of these weeks. Took that thing and I went into a anaphylactic allergic reaction.
Did you really?
Gosh, they cut my clothes off while I was in, and it was
Up there?
CDH, yeah, I had CDH.
I'll see you.
And when I got back home, my hands were still hurting, so I took it then. I don't know what in the world ever came over me, but man, the guy that came in says, now we're gonna dump some Benadryl in here. It's not gonna be pills. We're gonna put it right in and they put an IV here and an IV here. And I said, which one are you gonna put in? He said, we're gonna put it in both. You want it in as fast as you get it in there. My neck had swelled quite a bit and I was having difficulty breathing.
What was it?
And well, the only thing I can think of was Aleve. So now all anti-inflammatories can't have them. So if I have any kind of inflammation, ice is the only thing I can really do. And there are home remedies. There's one spice that I think I can have that gets rid of inflammation. I think that's it. Nothing else. Tomorrow is what I can have. But that changed. I mean, I had all that junk going on. And all of a sudden it's like, snap your fingers. I'm claustrophobic. I'm allergic to all anti-inflammatories. I don't know. This getting old is not for the weak. What'd you get today? Pastrol?
Yeah, it's, Kathy cooked this on Sunday. It's gluten-free pasta, sausage, tomato sauce, and zucchini. That's pretty cool. It's very good. I had it yesterday. It's good.
Oh, yeah. You have practice day for tennis or anything?
Again, imagine.
Here?
Naperville North, here, yeah.
How long from the started 4? How long until the end?
Usually we're completely through by about 5:30, 4:06.
Really? That fast?
It depends on how we do. I mean, tennis can be indefinite. Not indefinite, but it could be longer because of tennis longer.
Right.
Who was it? Kylie Hallberg played tennis here. She was playing once and she said, you were playing till like 8:30 at night. She's getting cold and, it was just, they finally
They've
decided,
gone that many sets?
oh yeah, this is deuces and stuff.
Wow.
She's doing well. She married Christopher Jones. They have a kid now.
Yeah.
They're in Colorado.
Very good.
A little boy. So.
It's been so cool having kids of kids.
Yeah.
I had, I don't know if you remember Nate Truitt, his wife Christy. Bergstrom was her last name. I had them both as students. Now George Truitt, their son, is shooting.
That's great.
I saw Nat in the lodge thing that they have at the place we were shooting.
Yep.
And probably the first time in 10 years, 12 years. And I saw them when they joined college church at a distance, and I couldn't get to them. And they told me they've been at college church ever since, but that was really the 11 o'clock service in my house for 30 years.
You're the that very day.
And so, I mean, you can't believe that you go to church, same church, and you don't know somebody, unless it's like they're as dogged as you are at being at a service at 9:30 instead of, you know, but yeah, I had them both, and they started their romantic whatever something while they were here a while. went through school and got married. And I don't know who now works for, but they're doing pretty well, I guess. I think they have another son that's of age to be here now. I think he's a freshman. I'm not sure of that.
I've not gotten to that point yet. I've gotten to the point where my kids, my former students have kids, but they're not quite old enough, so.
I've had that a number of times now, and it's with Dave Ox and Jennifer.
Oh, yeah.
Both the sons. I have, what's his name now?
Dylan, Logan.
Yeah, Logan. So,
You see it in Adder?
yeah. And, you know, he's like, if I get another grade like this, I'm good. I said, what would you quit? You know, and he says, well, I want a bad grade. I'm like, you might get a bad grade. You're just gonna quit it. Yeah.
I got one for you.
Thank you. Oh, excellent. Where'd you get these? Clients, these are yours?
I was selling.
Do you
kids
want to do another
contribute
business?
to my retirement fund.
Oh.
Yeah, I had Logan last year. He was funny.
Yeah, he is a funny guy.
And then, you had his dad too, Dave, was that? Yeah.
Dave, I had Jennifer. Jennifer is the oldest of 9.
Oh, cute, okay.
Yeah. She's the oldest of 9, and then I think Matt comes right after her.
Okay.
I couldn't call their names now. So Megan, Justine, Ben, Anthony, he went to another school.
Yeah.
But I know him. Gosh, there's another girl, Heather. Heather.
Well, Dylan now, Jennifer's daughter, Jennifer takes daughter place for me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's a sophomore.
Jennifer was a stitch when she was here, and she still is.
Who?
Jennifer, mom.
Yeah.
She like that when you guys? Do?
Oh, yeah. I had her daughter too, the other one went to Kentucky. Give him her first name.
I had the oldest son too. Well, he had a little trouble getting to school, but I can't remember his name. But the mom and the dad was a physician over here at, what was?
You got killed in the car accident, right? Yeah.
He was going to see one of his sons at Taylor. And decided the road was getting too bad, turned around on the highway on one of those cop turnaround things. Truck hit him.
Oh, the weather was bad, he decided to turn around. I thought, oh.
Right there at West Lafayette on 65. That stretch like that. I felt so bad. I looked at those boys that I had taught and
What a
had.
blow to that family.
Gosh, they were devastated, and it altered every one of their lives. I mean, just quite something. Dads and grandpas are sure needed. That's what I learned from him. I mean, even if he never did anything again, he was very involved, even though he was surgeries all every day and consults.
The other one I remember John Sudman was Dr. Taylor, or James Taylor, right? Heart attack, wasn't it? 55 years old or something like that.
He went in for shoulder surgery.
Huh?
He had shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
And went home. That was something, asked him to release him to his own cognizance and to his wife as a nurse. And I think the first night they were home, he'd been uncomfortable with it. And she came in after he had asked for some ice or whatever it was they were doing. She found him dead. She'd only been gone 10 minutes.
Huh.
He just had a heart attack that fast.
It was a heart attack.
Tragic. Judy just sat there in the waiting room that night at the hospital, waiting to see if he's gonna die or not. They had revived him a couple of times, I guess.
They did.
And she would just keel over in the chair and pick her up and, are you okay? And she was just right.
Is she still around here?
Yeah, she still works, as I understand it, at Wheaton College's. They're like doctor office that they got on campus.
That's a position, right? That's a medical school.
BB. Remember BB?
I do. What's he doing? You a pastor?
Pastor.
In Cleveland or something?
Pardon?
Cleveland?
Mm-hmm. And Megan is a teacher downstate. And the young one,
I had her.
remember she was a sweet Steph. Steph got married. I don't know what happened to her. I don't believe whether she's in town or whether.
With that family, they had some big changes there too. I think they made a lot of money, but they spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
They didn't have any money when they left. It was just like.
I think the thing was, whenever I was at their house, there was something about you to get to the place where they had a big gym underground.
Yeah.
You had to go through the, or by the washer dryer, utility room. Clothes, I mean, you couldn't get in there for the clothes. I mean, they piled higher from the floor over. You couldn't even see the washer and dryer. And the clothes all the way up. You'd have to step through or over clothes to get to this room. And then, I heard Judy say one day, she said, I hope you guys don't think I'm awful. She said, I couldn't find all the matches to all the kids' socks. So she said, every month or two, she just throws them all out and buys them.
Well, I remember my son Jonathan over there, he was telling me they have a Jew in their house. I said, what?
What?
The Jew in their house, right? Did they have a Jew in their house? And I couldn't believe it. I said, stop. And he goes, Dad, they do. I was my son. The other one, some of the houses, I just had no idea how big some of these homes were.
Yeah.
That was Jonathan's first year. So the other one was Deb Keith. Debbie Keith. Jonathan was in Carly Keith's class here. And she was going to a party. He says, Dad, I gotta go to a party. Where is it? He goes, it's the Keith's house. I said, who's going? He goes, the whole junior class. I said, the whole junior class, there's 150 kids are going. He goes, yeah. I'm like, I called Deb, now that I trust what I said, I called Deb, I said, you're having, I want to make sure this, you're having the whole junior class. She goes, oh, yes. She goes, the Lord has really blessed us with this. I said, "What's the 180 kids? Are you kidding me?
Oh, first thing I think is, how am I gonna keep this thing clean? I mean, then who's gonna fix it when, you know, the hot water heater goes out? The hot water heaters, plural, go out.
Like the ants commercial. You see that one with the ants go for Geico?
Oh, what? So, no, wait a minute. Tell me. So Geico, I know Geico commercials, so.
It's
What
the
is-
one where you bought a house where you have ants. And they show what? It's the aunts, but not ants.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
what steps in front of them? Expired. And then the other one comes in and goes, well, it's a lot of house, but we keep it clean, you know? Every time I see that commercial,
There
I've
was,
seen it 200 times. I just.
oh, I know, I get, some of them I used to get so tickled and I can't stop. But that one, I know I saw that. It sounds so familiar.
There's another with rats. They have the rat problem. The rats are like a band and the
Oh.
band takes over the house.
Yeah.
Geico is really good. I mean, they are really good. Well, it's a lot of house. Let me keep it clean.
Yeah, yeah. We had, gosh, I don't know if you ever had, it. We have mice every now and then in the crawl space in the utility room. Beth, you know, whenever the trap catches one, she's like, you gotta go get it, you gotta go get it. I'm not getting it, you get it. So I go get it. And one of the times it had its front, must have pulled its head out of the way and just had the front paw, arm, like shoulder and all right there like that. He was still alive. Because Beth said she heard something cracking and moving, and what it was is the thing was flipping the trap in it with it, you know, trying to get somewhere. And so I went in there, I got this. She and my son took off. Like, you know, I don't want to be anywhere. And I said, well, what do you want me to do? I said, it's still alive. And she said, well, get rid of it. And I said, I don't want to get rid of it. It'll come back in the house. I got to kill it. And they're like, well, don't do it in here. And so it stepped on his head a bit until it crunched, and that was the end of it.
I've never actually seen one in my house.
Yeah.
I lost my metal part. There it is. You got it? Yeah.
Oh,
We do it, my
You need him or
daughter.
me?
either.
Yeah.
How we're watching the assembly.
Everybody is going to your advisory room,
Oh,
and then juniors, are you a junior?
No.
Okay, you don't, you
Thank
just
you.
go to your advisory room. How much time do we have, Dave?
I gotta get it clean. I think that's why I put this down.
I got it right here. Here it is.
Oh, no, I know. Well, I gotta.
Got this right here.
I mean, it's in my classroom. Sometimes you sit. It was good. It was, you never had mine. Oh, yeah, so, yeah. My daughter, Amy, when she was growing up, had a friend over Saturday night. And we were, you know, she's gonna go to church with us on Saturday morning. So we're in bed, Kathy and I upstairs, and it's about maybe 11 o'clock on Saturday night. We hear them knocking on the door. You know, and the two of them were outside. I said, girls, what's wrong? There's a mouse! Down there, there's a mouse! And I said, well, let's just, you know, let's relax. Let's not panic. You know? They're scared to death. We gotta catch the mouse. And just to tease them, I go, what color was the mouse? You know? And both girls said, I said, it was gray! And so my wife just became unglued. She just said, we're selling the house. I said, hey, let's not get carried away. So the next day I'm buying, it's kind of a folklore story at our house. Next day I'm buying decon at that time, Milford Square.
Sure.
I bought enough decon, not just for my house, for the village of Woodridge.
Yeah,
I have it sprayed. I'm in the crawl space on Sunday afternoon, put these traps down. I said, how do you think we're covered? I don't think we're good for it. We better not. I said, I put it down. I follow instructions. What else can I say? Oh, I gotta get my.
Yeah, I gotta get my hat here. Do I need anything besides the hat to just be there? Oh, wait a minute. You said they're gonna probably come back here in Denver?
Hi, Mr. Ellis.
Hey, how are you, ma'am?
Am I sitting this way today?
No, turn it around,
Okay.
but it's not class yet, I don't think. It's advisory first, so you need to go to your advisory.
Oh, advisory?
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's advisor?
No? I mean, wait a minute.
Well,
No, wait, wait,
I
wait,
should
wait,
be
wait,
on the
wait.
field anyway,
Wait a
so
minute.
I think
Today
it's
is
fine.
Tuesday. Go to assembly. It says assembly after lunch at 12:45.
Just for juniors.
Okay, so do we just go, you think? I mean, you're supposed to go to, I don't know what you're supposed to, it says assembly. So I don't know what you do, but we don't have class yet.
My guess is meet here and then go, because the language online says like,
Okay,
if
what-
we have all juniors go over more than 9 people.
Juniors, you should be heading out for the assembly outside today. All other students will watch the assembly with their third period class. You should head to your third period class right now, students, unless you are a junior.
Go where?
To the field.
That's for the 7th for, but so what did it say about third period class?
If you're not a junior, go to your third period class.
And they're gonna turn on whatever we're doing, is that what's going on? All right, well, I'll be gone for a little bit. What time does it say I'm supposed to be back?
I don't know,
I
cause
think
it,
it's normal school, like normal class.
Amelia Mack, please come to the front office.
1:15, it ends at 1:25, I'm supposed to be back for third. So it's 45 minutes from now, pardon? So go to your third grade class.
Oh, well, that's.
You know, all right.
All right. Let's see. What we have here.
Hello.
Hey.
So you were the Duck Dynasty, huh?
Yeah.
I guess we don't need to come. How was it? It was fun. I feel like it'd be awkward to like.
Hey.
I love your outfit. 10 out of 10.
Hey.
I love your outfit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was right here.
Can I go to the bathroom really quickly?
We're headed over to.
Mr. Ellis, your group's idea is so good.
You like that?
Yes.
They were supposed to have our caption say, "Thank you, Lord, for our food." Is that one guy was wearing a turkey?
Yeah.
Uh,
Were you Uncle Si or Phil?
Phil. That's why I have my Bible out. So, yeah,
Lying to me.
That show is the best.
yeah, it is. It was good. Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Let's start this.
I don't think the bell's gonna ring, but in case it does, I'll go to the bathroom.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So, oh, you're going to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, okay, go ahead. You're good. You're good.
I know that's like a costume, but it's really cute. Oh, it looks like a golf outfit. Oh, yes. I don't know, but I really vibe with it. I like it. What are you dressing up as? Oh, it's like this little oh, okay. It's like for work also. Oh, okay. That's sweet. I think I really like it. Thank you. I want to show this photo. I want to see the photo. Oh yeah, guys, everyone vote for juniors.
Why? Why are we voting for the juniors?
For juniors?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's why I was asking. Why do I keep getting the same people? Okay, there we are. Adam.
Yeah.
Is Adam here?
Yes. I'm on Zoom.
Right there. Had a boy. Jonah. David, Micah, Graham, Caitlin, Anna, Jeremy,
Here.
Caroline, Maya, Sarah Jane, Enya. Okay. Oh, she just didn't like it anymore? Okay, Kennedy, Ella, Ella Miller, where's she? She's where? Okay. Lena, Thorin, Sheldon, Samantha, okay, Sean, Jessica. All right. Okay, would you pull up your PowerPoint if you haven't already, where we left off? I think it was slide numero 52, thereabout. I think, I'm not certain of that. I have to ask you that question. So it's 49, my mistake. So if you'd open there, I'd appreciate it. All right, slideshow. Very good. Now we want this. And we want this. And then this. Okay, now we have that. Okay, so there we are. I want this to be seen. There we go. So that's okay. Is this where we left off yesterday? We got farther. Which one again? Say it again. Kind of thought we got to that. I wasn't sure though. Okay, and then what's next? Okay, now I'm gonna leave those down. Maybe we can get them cooler in here. How is everybody? Really tired? What are you really tired of? Wow. Well, I got something to read to you. I thought was kind of cool. My son sent it to me yesterday. I had no idea of this. And see if I can find it now. Come on. Is that it? There we go. Got to have my glasses and my face mask off, or I stumble over all the words here because it's so small. You guys know who Jim Caviezel is? Yeah, he was the guy that did the Passion of the Christ. He was Christ in the film. He's done a number of other shows and things as an actor, movies, etc. Leaving a, why is this all messing up here? Maybe it's above it. Well, are you kidding me? I don't want this go. I don't get it. I don't want this to do what it's supposed to do. I'm not terribly smart about these things. This is crazy. Come on. Can somebody help me? This looks like it was a what? Instagram that was sent, copied, and it won't start at the beginning. Does anybody know how to do that? How to get it to the back to the front on a, what do you call it? What is this thing? Apple phone? iPhone? Anybody?
Is it like an Instagram video or is it just like?
No, it's just, can you get it to the top of that so I can start reading? It's not starting at the beginning of the article. It's just messed up. You know what I mean? It's not starting in the right place. Got it? You're a good man. Do you all know he's a good man? There you go. Says here, during the filming of The Passion of the Christ, Jim Caviezel, playing Christ, lost 45 pounds, was struck by lightning, accidentally scourged with a whip twice, leaving a 14-inch scar, had his shoulder dislocated, and suffered from pneumonia and hypothermia from hanging mostly naked on a cross for several hours outside. His body was so stressed and exhausted from playing the role that he had to have 2 open heart surgeries. Lost my place here. After the production, the crucifixion scene alone took 5 weeks of the 2-month filming time. The Passion of the Christ is the highest grossing rated R movie in the US of all time, $370 million. Worldwide, it grossed $611 million. Most importantly, reached many souls around the world. Mel Gibson paid $30 million out of his own pocket for the production because no studio would take on the project. And Jim Caviezel was warned not to take the role of Jesus because it would ruin his career. Today is Jim Caviezel's birthday. He's 51 years old. He proudly proclaims his faith in Christ amidst the goodness, or the godless will step out to do what might not sound like fun, but it gets out the word of God and the story of his salvation of mankind. Happy birthday, Jim Caviezel. Don't get to say happy birthday to too many celebs, but I thought that was worth our time. Let's pray before we start. Lord Jesus, I'm grateful for those who stand in the gap, time or back in history, or those times in the future that maybe these before me will perform. Lord Jesus, I pray that you continue to allow each of us to be proud to be your children, able to speak when ready to have a word, and then we do it. In Christ's name, amen. All right, going back to denaturation. I think we finished the slide. I am not certain of that, but let's just see what we have. Denaturation is when a protein, after being folded, ergo this, go these, then turns into that, which it hasn't lost its primary structure. We still have all the amino acids in all the positions they were before, right? We didn't lose secondary, we did lose secondary structure in third, but you know what? Sometimes we can go back. In other words, sometimes proteins are denatured and they can be renatured. Just put back in a chaperone protein and refold. There are others that aren't. For example, did I tell you this about eggs? Yeah, eggs can't be. I mean, once you pH of the white or the clear of an egg with the white, you can't go back. You have perm in your hair. That can be one curve. It is the same inside your body with regard to the proteins that are used for everyday chemical equations, catalysts, et cetera, et cetera. So those things are responsible for making that kind of change. Let's skip that. Now, our last group. Before we go to our last group, let's try it again. Let's see who's ready to not fail next week. What do you say? You ready? Say yes.
Yes.
All right, here we go. What is the monomer of a carbohydrate?
Glucose.
What's the monomer of a protein?
Amino acid.
What's the monomer of a nucleic acid?
Nucleotide.
Nucleotide. Name the three parts of the nucleotide.
Phosphate.
Phosphate, sugar, and nitrogenous base. Name the 5 nitrogenous bases. Adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. There's one that's found in RNA. Uracil. Good. If I had DNA and RNA, how many strands of DNA?
2.
Strands in RNA?
1.
How many, which one has uracil?
RNA.
Which one has thymine?
DNA.
Which one is a deoxyribose?
DNA.
Which one's a ribose?
RNA.
Very good. So this is an energy molecule. ATP is. It's the third nucleic acid. Very good. So ATP has a sugar and a phosphate, actually here. And then nucleic acid. Nitrogenous base. It is also nucleotide. That's really good. NAD and FAD. They're electronic carriers. Very good. That are also involved in the transfer of energy. That underneath or as another example of a nucleotide. They are also good. Let's go back to the 3 monosaccharides you should know. Glucose, lactose, and fructose. Good. The 3. Sucrose, wait a second. Sucrose is made of glucose and fructose. Good. All right, the next one. Lactose made of glucose and then the last one is maltose is sugar and glucose and glucose. Very good. Name the 4 polysaccharides. Starch, is that a plant or animal? Is that for energy or structure?
Energy.
So how about the next one?
Glycogen.
Glycogen, animal or plant?
Animal.
So this is for energy or for structure?
Energy.
Very good. How about another one?
Cellulose.
Cellulose, plant or animal?
Plant.
Energy or structure?
Structure.
Okay, good. And the next one or last one?
Hydrogen.
Height. That is plant or animal?
Animal.
And it's for?
Structure.
Structure. Very good. Or if it is eaten like cellulose might be eaten and consumed, would be what for the animal? Fiber. Good. Let's go back to protein. Proteins are made of what? And what is in the amino acid? What's right in the middle? Carbon. On this side over here, we might put carboxyl. Over here, opposite it, we would put amino. And up here, we have this big carbon, and down here a hydrogen. Very good. What is the name of the reaction that joins an amino acid to another? No, that's the name of the bond. Tell me what the reaction is. What is it? Dehydration synthesis. What's the name of the bond? Peptide bond. Very good. Tell me then, what's the name of the bond that holds 2 nucleotides together? Say again. The hydrogen bonds hold each strand together. What holds in one strand, one nucleotide together? It is a covalent bond. True, also. But phosphodiester has that particular name because it's holding 2 nucleotides together. But it is a covalent bond. Very good. What's the name of the bond that holds 2 glucose together? So the idea here is we're kind of catching on all the details. There's more details. How many structures? How many levels of structure are there to a protein? Amino acid order or sequence. Very good. What's the second? Repeating structures within, you've got more than one. How is that? Oh, 3 groups of amino acids. There's 20, but there's 3 groups. What are they? Non-polar, polar, and charged. Good. And these kind of help form and put it together. Any questions? Next to this, I've asked them, they're totally lost. You have anything? If you're ever going to do, where do you find the information on how to make it? Lecture outline is what you use to make it, but where do you find the instruction? So gotta look like that one up there that I posted up there. So if it's not, yeah. What would be the day that we would be studying? Are we good? Are you catching this here? All right, that's let's do the last group and let's see how we do, and then we'll go from there. Well, lipids. Lipids, another name for lipids, we'll just call them fats. You want to write that down? Loosely defined group of molecules, and then one main chemical characteristic. It says they're what? What is that right there? They are insoluble. What's that mean? They're insoluble. They don't what? They don't dissolve in water. You can't get fats or oils or lipids to mix with water. It doesn't work. They don't. It's non-polar versus polar, and they don't mix. Yes, yes? Okay. Good. Wrong sheet. High proportion of non-polar carbons and hydrogen bonds causes the molecules to dislikes. Dislikes. Good. Fats, oils, waxes, or even some vitamins. Now, fats, oils. Let me tell you about oils just a second. Have you guys ever pinched the fat of a steak or a hamburger? You know how when you kind of make patties with hamburgers, have you ever done that? And you got your hands are all what afterwards? Greasy, you know, kind of solid, but as you kind of work it between your fingers warms it up and it becomes a what? Oil. That's why it's greasy. So that oil at room temperature or body temperature will generally, especially the steak from an animal, is probably going to have a lot of oil in it. Let me explain. Hey, does fat jiggle? Yeah. So I got some. Here, look. See, is it jiggle? Yes?
No.
Why? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, good answer. He's getting an A, by the way. Guys, help. No. What's the temperature of this fat here? Temperature. It's my temperature. It's 98.6 or thereabout, right? So basically it turns into an oil, and fat that's here is in a cell. In a cell at that temperature, it's a liquid. So all these cells here are like having all these tiny little balloons, not filled with water, but filled with oil. That's why fat jiggles. Y'all with me there? Oils, waxes, you have earwax, you have other kinds of wax that you know about in your life. As far as you have that. And even some vitamins all fall in the category of lipids, not because they're made all the same way, but just because they're insoluble in water. All right, good. Next thing here. Did I have something else there? No, that's it. Fats, or what we call triglycerides. Put a little star by that little triglyceride there. It's composed of 1 glycerol and 3 fatty acids. Fatty acid, well, let's see, they don't have to be identical fatty acids. There's a number of different ones, and they're all identified by how long with the carbon and hydrogen chain they have. The chain length does vary, but there's 2 kinds. There's saturated and unsaturated. The saturated doesn't have any double bonds in them. You'll see why they're saturated in just a second. Higher melting point, and comes from what? Comes from what? Comes from what? Comes from what? Can't hear you. Comes from what? Animal. Good. Unsaturated, 1 or more double bonds, low melting point, and comes from where? Plants. Now, trans fats we don't get from animals or plants. We produce those industrially. Now, we'll talk about all those in a second, but let's understand this saturated and unsaturated business. If you look with me, I wonder if I have a little pointer still yet. Hang on a minute. Yeah, there he is. Look at that. See if the thing still works. Oh, look at that. All right. Notice how these from, hey, what am I circling? There are people here that would know what that is. Carboxyl missing its hydrogen. Good. What's that? What's that? So a fatty acid has a carboxyl on one end and nothing but what? Carbon and hydrogen all the way to the end. This one appears to be a what kind? What do you think that is? Saturated or unsaturated with hydrogen? That's saturated with hydrogen. You can't get any more hydrogen in that. However, why don't you look right there? What's that right there? I'm pointing at. That's a double bond. To put that double bond in, what do they get rid of here and here? Hydrogen. What about here? Same thing. Is this a saturated fat? No, it is not completely saturated with hydrogen. We could still get what? Two more hydrogens left in there, right? 4 total. What about this one? Is that a saturated fat? No, it's not a saturated fat. It's an unsaturated right there. Good. Notice that each time there's a double bond, what happens? There's 2 here, and this This one here just has 1, and it goes This one here has 2, 3 of them. What happens wherever you put in a double bond? What happens to the? It kinks. Throws the kink wherever you put in a double bond. So note here with the unsaturated fat, you have unsaturated fats. All 3 of them are unsaturated fats. Unsaturated fats, we know, in that particular case, come from plants, and they're oil at room temperature, meaning they're liquid at room temperature. Can I tell a story? Is that allowed? Before World War II, we had butter, and we had another thing called margarine. But you know, they didn't call it margarine. No one did, because that was not a name. They either called it L-A-R-D. Now, which do you think sounds like a real, you want to go buy some lard or go buy some shortening? What do you think you want to buy? So, one of the things that happened during World War II is that the Nazis, either in the Pacific or anywhere else in the world, they got the butter. And they got that because at room temperature, butter remains what? Solid, right? So it's not until it gets really hot that it begins to melt to an oil. So they got that, and here in America, we tried to make do. It was a country's effort to win. We here saved rubber. We saved magazines. We saved newspapers. We saved anything at all that could be put toward the war effort, because just about everybody had a relative that was over there. And so this was a big, big effort. Rarely ever seen since by any country, our own included, where when we went to war, we supported our GIs as well as they did in World War II. I mean, this was a rare event. So they even took and they made shortening, and they said, wow, this is good stuff, you know? And man, we're making money having no front because all our butter's going overseas, and lard was making money, and shortening's making money, and they're going, yeah, this war is a good thing, right? The war ended, men came back, butter came back. People liked butter, didn't like shortening as much, so it went their profits, right? And they're like, gosh, we got to do something. We got to do something. And so what they did is they said, you know what, let's sell that lard, which by the way, could only be sold in a thing that looked very much the same, almost exactly like a paint can. And they had it in cans because hardly anybody had a refrigerator. Okay, they had ice boxes, but not refrigerated. But after World War II, they started getting refrigerated. And they said, man, what are we going to do? Because we can't take it out of the can because this stuff always what? Melts, right? And so they said, we got to do something. And they turned to the chemist and they said, fix it, fix it, fix it. We want to sell more. So what'd they do? What'd they do there and there and there? What'd they do? They added back to what? What are they missing? They added back to hydrogen. And then it became very much like butter. Are you with me here? Very much, because all the hydrogen's back. And so now they've got this stuff and they thought, well, you know, it's probably not all back. They weren't real good at doing rehydrogenation. So they sold it in these little plastic tubs, called it margarine or oleo. You ever heard of that before? And so then they had commercials where they went like this, and they went like this over the top of the knife and picked up chiffon, which was the name of a margarine back then. And they went like this on toast and it just spread all over the toast and the TV. And then they said, let's do butter. Well, they had butter and they went like this and went through like this, and they got this chunk, and the chunk just made holes all over the toast and it all fell off to the ground. Well, gee, that's not going to work. And they said, you know what? We got to do something. So they said, well, we want to do this and we got to do it well. So they sold their margarine to a large portion of people, but not as much butter. They didn't beat butter yet. So they said, we got to beat butter. We got to beat butter. The place they were getting beat is baking. Because today, as in yesteryear, they made sticks of butter. And they made that because it was simple to measure. Right on the outside of the aluminum or the paper that the butter is in, it says quarter cup, half cup, whole cup. You with me there? And so when you cook with cups, you just cut it in half. You don't even have to take the paper off. You just cut it and then take off the part you want, dump it, and put the rest back in the box. Right? You with me here? Baking was simple. You just went, done. With margarine, you had to fill, if you wanted a half cup, you had to fill the cup with half water and then kind of slide in another thing of margarine and more margarine and more margarine until the water came up what? Level with it. And then they said, oh, now we got to have, you know, nobody cooked with margarine because it's too hard. So they said, you know what? We got to make our margarine in those tubs into sticks. And they said, but wait a second, you can't do that because the sticks will do what if they're out in the kitchen? They'll melt. So we got to figure out a way to rehydrogen even more. Are you with me here? So they figured out how to do that. So they got them all back on there. And then they said, started a campaign, and there were people that said that, you know, having too many saturated fats will give you plaque in your heart and you'll die of a heart attack. against butter. Hooray for margarine. But you know, that was the way that went. Are you with me here? So that was going like that after the war. And so then there's been this back and forth, and along came that dude down here. Whoops, wrong way. What's this guy? Trans fats. They made trans fats. Well, we have no enzymes to break those down. So as a result, they just create problems, and you don't want trans fats. And so, you know, everybody's trying to get their market share of money, either the shortening or the lard companies. And you know what, to make lard into butter, you know what you got to do to it? You got to turn it yellow. So they got to, you know, put some dye in there to make it yellow and add salt so it had a little taste. So that's what they did to sell their oleo or sell their margarine. I want you to look at this picture a moment here. So that's unsaturated, this is saturated, okay? Look at this picture on the left. Here we have 3 fatty acids and 1 glycerol. That's something you need to remember. Those are the monomers that make this. And here's fatty acid, here's the carboxyl on that end. Here he is, 3B. Saturated fat, structural formula of the saturated fat molecule, here he is. Space filling model, and they're calling it stearic acid, probably came from beef. And here it is. Now look over here. On this side right here, I see an oil, and I've seen olives there underneath it, so that might be olive oil. Notice its structural formula. Wherever we put in a double bond, we throw a what? Another kink. Is that right? So I look here and it says, all right, so space filling model that I'm looking at says, you know, here we go, we got a kink in this thing, those fatty acids. So those are unsaturated fats, and some of their names, oleic acid, etc. Now, there's more to the game than this, okay? How about this? Can you answer that question? All right, here we go. We ready? Does everybody have an answer? You guys circled something? All right, good. Here we go. Ready? How many said A? B? C? D? E? Very good. E is the correct answer. All 4 of those things happen when you add hydrogen back. Don't forget any of them. They're all terribly important. Now, can I back you up a bit before we go to that next part? There's another part here I need to tell you, and if you circle it and write it in, can you go back to this one here? By the way, did I share this with you? Like, wait a minute, I forgot. If I did not, I apologize. Let me do it now. Adam, is that better? Yes? Okay. If you'll look here, when you have these carboxyls, this originally was an OH here too. And so we, by dehydration synthesis, added this fatty acid to this glycerol, added this one to this glycerol, etc. What's going on? What in the heck is hitting and bumping all over? You guys hear that, or am I deaf? What's going on? Oh, at least I'm not losing my mind yet. Okay. Right here, this bond, you see where I'm circling? Esther. Esther bond, book of the Bible, Esther. It's called Esther linkage. There's a cool thing about this. I want to make sure that this represents huge, huge business. That bond there. And I remember when I was in organic chem in college, whenever we made esters, it was absolute joy. These things smell like heaven. Beautiful. So what industry is it? What industry do you think has to do with those bonds? Making, what is it? Perfume. Yeah, write it down. Perfume, cologne, all that sort of stuff. Even, what are those, fragrances for potpourri, spray cans, like all the degrees. Yeah. Right there, it's right where the 3-carbon compound joins fatty acids. That's the end of it. Where the double bonded oxygen goes up, including that other oxygen. I took my son one year, we're gonna buy, my wife Beth, some, I've never heard of the, perfume called perfume. Yes, no. We're gonna go get that and see if we like something. But we got there and we tried it, we didn't like it. So we saw the counter for, I don't know if you know this about department stores like Macy's. Macy's is still better. When I went, it was, the Rainbow Mint, the green, what was it? Marshall Field. Yeah. So we went to Marshall Field down Macy's. And I looked over the counter and I could see this Mongo bottle of opium, and I'm like, yes. And so my son points successful. So I said to the lady when she came to that part of the counter, because if you remember department stores, this part sells opium product, this is Calvin Klein, this is Estee Lauder, this is, are you with me here? So it's like every company has their own little place in the department store. And so they pay for that space on the floor to sell. So long story short, we looked into that. So we're interested in wife's opium only. She smiled, turned around and she grabbed this box. It had like 3 things in it. This. And she started to whisper. I don't know why she whispered. She did. And I take my mask off. So she's whispering to us, this is beautiful. It features a peachy blood, and cream, and this 1.5 ounce opium perfume. And 600. No, I didn't say that, but I mean, I tried to say, well, I'm probably more interested in the bag, but Gucci. So anyway, I said, I really am interested in just the perfume, over her shoulder, the 6 to 8, 10 ounce, whatever it was, of opium. As she turns to me, and I'm seeing that big bottle, she grabs that 1.5 ounce. And she says, this is 100. It's steel. I thought we fill a tablespoon, And I'm looking at it, and it's this tall, that like this. And I'm like, and I'm looking over the shoulders, $39.99, 10 ounces of opium. I'm like, $39.99, $189. What's the difference? So I finally said, could you, I'm a little, could you grab that rather tall bottle? Since I said that tall, she looked at me and was disgusting, like, so she grabbed it, set it down there. My son's standing next to me, Carl, he's looking at it. He's like, really? I can see on his face, it's like 189, 39.99, big, small. So I said, I'm sorry, can you tell me the difference? And she told me the price. I said, yes, I could read that. Can you tell me why this is so much and why this is so little? Can you tell me why that is? Jim, yes. Oh. And so then she said, cologne is alcohol. The perfume is full.
many of you knew this already? Raise your hand. Okay. So I learned this that day, and I'm like, oh, now, and then I went back to my thing, and then I got it. Here's the deal. You got a saturated fat, it's over there. And I remembered watching my mother put on peanut, as opposed to my dad putting on. Here's how the cologne goes. Right? You put a little puddle with here, and you go like this. And before it all falls off on the floor, I mean, you got it all the way down to your butt. I mean, all the way all over, you know? And by noon, you can't smell it anymore. Okay? It's gone. Whereas my mother, when she put on perfume, she unscrewed the top, picked it up, put her index finger over the top, went like that, set it back down, carefully put the top back down. Are you watching? Here we go. Here, like this, this, and this. And 4 days later, it's still there. Are you with me here? So I'm like, now I get it. I mean, the whole idea, even if you shower, unless you soak that area right there, it ain't going. We know that oil and water don't what? They don't mix, right? Water forces out all of the non-polar, right? So I learned that day and realized that ester linkages oil. Now, it was a wide disparity, 399 versus 189. And I'm like, somebody figure out how to get a half seat between the two, so it didn't just go from 39 bucks to 189 bucks. And you know, every company has, they now have in-betweeners. And the in-betweeners they've figured out how to make a alcohol base have a little more oil, but include the oil in the mix. So it didn't always go to the top and have separate. Are you with here, like the Italian dressing does? So they figured that out. And every company has a different name for whatever their in-betweeners are. I can't even tell you one of them. But there are some in-betweeners. It's not the big wide disparity. But that was big business, still is. New fragrances and what's going to go there, and the ester linkages that do this, and how those fats are put together, those oils, is a company secret. And they're having wars, industrial wars, over this. I don't know if you've ever been aware of that, but you've got spies literally from company to company. They'll get fired from one and somehow get hired in the other so that they can figure out and learn the what? The secrets of what's in the ingredients that's in Florida. Are you with me here? And it's big time business. Potpourri, big time business. The spray fragrances for the bath, for the fall, the dirty sock problem, and all that sort of stuff. Are you with me here? So all of that is this. That's what this business is all about. All right, let me go back to where we were here and continue. Just want to make sure you grab that. My machine. Oh, it helps if you have that in there, don't it? So let's see here. We got that. We answered this question. There are other kinds of fats, other kinds of lipids. This one is a phospholipid. Still has a glycerol and fatty acids, but only 2 fatty acids. And in the other place where the other fatty acid would be, there's a phosphate group. Now, if you remember phosphate, it has a negative charge on it. Water would like that, okay? So it says here they form all biological membranes. Oh, I got hair or something going back in my mouth. And you're saying, well, you know, Ellis, you're wearing a beard. That's going to happen. But I still don't like it. So there we go. So notice here we have, what's that word say? Non-polar hydrophobic tails. So all these tails here don't like water. What about up there? Well, up there we've got a polar what? And that's the reason. See this guy right here? That's the reason. Now we also have a negative in this guy, but that water likes this head. So this end is what? Hydrophilic. This end is because there's nothing down here, so you can see these parts. So fatty acid, glycerol, phosphate. Hey, you got a great picture of it there in your head. Here are
You with me here? Here's all those carbon and hydrogen, carbon and hydrogen, carbon and hydrogen, carbon and hydrogen. What's going on there? What's going on there?
Double bond.
Double bonds, which means we took out some hydrogens, which means we're gonna throw a what right there? Another kink. Is that right? So we got another kink right here. So now here's a space filling model of those. So here we are. We got our fatty acids. Here's our glycerol. Here's our phosphate. Here's a thing called choline. Our artists in our book are gonna draw these like this. Are you with me here? This represents all of those models. So every time I see that head, I'll know there's a phosphate in it. I'll know the water likes that because of that charge. I know these they won't like. Y'all see that picture there? So now as it goes, or as it happens, as we look at things in life, this happens. They form what are called mycelium. You shake it up, etc., and with water, or you have a water on the outside and lipids in the middle, they come in and they form spheres, just like when you shake Italian dressing and you look at it before you start to pour, there are spheres everywhere in there. That's those. Okay, they like water on the outside, they don't on the inside. The tails turn in on themselves. This is what membranes inside cells look like. Water on the outside, water on the inside, and they form this all on their own. There's nothing that ties this one to this one. There's no bond. There's no nothing. There's nothing holding that one to that one other than the fact their tails don't like water just like they don't. With me here? And the heads love water. This forms automatically inside a cell. There's nothing else other than the fact you got hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions. That's it. That's all it causes. So we have that picture. Try answering that question. That should be, that E should be out of there. I don't know how the company came up with the guy that spelled that, but it wasn't me. All right, everybody got an answer? Yes, yes? How many said A? How many said B? How many said C? And yes, C is the answer. Very good. So it's phospholipids that are going to make that. Now there's a couple more things here. This one too. Going to have to use your noodle on this one. All right, let's try it again. How many said A? B, raise your hands. B. C's, raise your hand. It is C. Very good. You guys are thinking quite well and tracking with what's going on. The last group, remember I said that this group of lipids are all in this group because they don't like water. We've seen too a triglyceride, meaning a glycerol and 3 fatty acids. We see a phosphate that is glycerol, 2 fatty acids, and a phosphate. Now we're looking at another dude completely different. And the only reason he's part of this group is because he doesn't like water. Water doesn't like him. Says here steroids are lipids characterized by a carbon skeleton consisting of 4 fused rings. We haven't seen rings in lipids at all. Cholesterol is probably the most important one because it's the one that most start with and then change it. Says although cholesterol is essential in animals in high levels of blood may contribute to the cardiovascular disease because of a high cholesterol count that's in there. This is what cholesterol looks like. Now tell me, does that look like a triglyceride? Do you see any fatty acids there? No. So it looks nothing like anything we've looked at so far as lipids are concerned. This is the oddball of all fats or lipids because it's only in this group because water doesn't like it. That's it. So, and it's 4 fused rings. And to make a hormone is not too far away from this either. We add this and do this and it's all done. Hey, I'll bet there's people in this here room that can tell me what that is. Speak. Methyl, what's that? Hydroxyl, outstanding, because we can't be forgetting them, can we? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what you have. Let me get out of this here. I'm almost there. There we are. That is the last word I'm going to tell you about this chapter. What you're going to do from now to the end of the period is you're going to do as much as you can to get that study guide, which was a monster, get it done. Did you all hear what I said? I want the study guide done so you don't have any homework the rest of this week until it's due on what day? Friday. Isn't that right for these? Wait a minute. Is it Friday for you guys? No, no, it's not. No, it's not. Just a minute. What period is this? Oh, yeah, you are right. It is Friday. See, I thought this was the other one. Okay, I'm sorry. So this will be due Friday for you guys. If you can get it done now, hey, all power to you, and you'll be done with this. You won't mess with it. Test will be on Monday. So take this time and do that. I'm going to open those windows so it sounds a little, at least looks a little human in here with some light. You need to go to the little boys' room. But do that one at a time. Okay, now, come on this side. Yeah, here, let me help you. I got pretty much what you need here. And I'll read it to everybody. Just stay here a second. Can you all turn in your study guide to numbers 16 and 17 for me? 16 and 17. You two guys can't be at that table, by the way. I'm sorry. One of you is going to have to go. Go to number 16 and 17 if you go there. Number 16A is nucleotide. And the reason I'm doing this is because you can put a whole lot of different words in here and make it work, but I'd like you to have the right ones. B is phosphate. And C is ribose. A is energy. B is energy. And C is ATP. All right, that should make life a little easier, I think. Yep.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't think we were ever given a diagram for number 2. For this one down here. We were missing one and you gave it to us, but I don't think we were ever, I don't think we got this one.
You have to draw it.
Okay.
Wait. Draw a colored circle. Around 3 times. You gotta put it all in there.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
For like each of the assignments, like I know I submitted them with like the grade,
So
but
it's-
it has like a 0 in it. Like, I think I submitted with a grade.
Yeah.
But I feel like it might have gotten screwed up. If I
Yeah, I
switched
mean,
from
well,
fourth
no,
grade
here's
to
what probably
third.
happened. Did I tell you guys, and I probably didn't, forgive me if I haven't. I caught up all the grades on Friday and Saturday. And when I went through, there were a number of times that students in this class, perhaps in others, but less here, but it does happen. That if you didn't give me the score, remember how when I ask you to submit, I say attach a document and in this box, tell me your score. If I didn't see a score, I couldn't put one. So the only score I can put is 0. So look through your grades. If you have them, then come see me as he is doing now, and we will look at it together and be able to put the grades in so you can see what you need to do on the next ones, and I get all my grades straight. Don't, as 35 other of you have done, is attempted to send me a message and say, fix this. I know on your end, that sounds even better because, gee, I get it. And what it says is this assignment and this is my name, but I see your name, but I don't know your face and I don't know what period you're in. So I first have to hunt up where you're at. Then secondly, it may not have everything right with what you have it listed as. And so I got to find that. Which one did you have a 0 in? And then I'll have to find that. And then it takes me 10 minutes. And at 35 messages, I don't have 10 minutes each for those. So what you got to do is come see me and tell anybody that's got the same problem, do the same thing. Because I don't have that kind of time to be changing that sort of stuff. You have to get the submissions correct. If you don't, you got to come back to me. I will not take a message for it. Okay? Or email for that matter. All right, let's go back and find yours.
I know on a couple of these, like I submitted them.
Okay, just a second. I got to get there first. And what assignment? Well, wait a minute, not yet.
There's a bunch.
Just a second. I gotta do this every freaking single time. All right, now let's go there. Okay, now which assignment?
There's a bunch. Sorry.
Okay, you start with the first one. Which one
So the
is?
first one is where does the evidence lead test?
Where does the
That
evidence
one,
need test?
I
Okay.
didn't think there was anything to submit for that We just took that in class, right?
Right. So why don't I have yours?
I don't know. It might have to do with the fact that
You're Sheldon, right?
yeah, I was in fourth period and I switched to third. And like I know for a couple of these assignments, I submitted them in class with the grade. Like I wrote the
Julia,
grade
you were in what period?
in fourth period.
Would you go to, let me see, third drawer down, see where he's sitting in the white coat back there?
Yeah.
Third drawer down and find your test and tell me the grade on it.
I couldn't find this in the notes of the textbook. Can I look it up online? Or-
Yeah, of course.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it should be in your book too. If it's not in that pile, Sheldon, try, what period, wait a minute, you came to third, which one were you in first? Okay, you're in the right drawer. Okay, look there. And then if it isn't there, look in the second drawer. Just a second, I just had you.
94.
Thank you. Okay, what's your next one?
Okay, I was gonna put this back really quick.
Okay.
And then Pogel properties of water. I have that
Okay,
pulled up
yes.
right here.
Hold on a second. Total properties of water. There.
17 out of 19.
17, okay. And the next one?
Just 1 second. Oh, wait. I think it's chapter, or then the quiz on functional groups. I think that,
Slide it
oh,
up.
sorry.
No, slide it up so it's not gonna fall. All right, try it again.
The quiz on functional groups we took in class.
Functional groups.
I think that's kind of the same thing as the test.
Do you see anything? Oh, there it is, right there.
I don't have the thing for it. I think,
Did you take it?
yeah, I took it. Pretty sure. So,
Okay, done there. Oops, pardon me, wrong one.
and then
Okay, what's the next one?
next one is chapter 2 study guide.
Chapter 2 study guide. Yes.
This one. 39 to 44.
Done.
And then finally, the biological molecules.
Logo.
And how many was this one out of? I think I missed
Which
two.
one did you?
Biological molecules pool. It's out of 29.
I didn't look, hang on a second. Yeah, 29.
Okay, so then 27.
You're more than welcome. Yep. What's up?
Monday, because we have a golf conference. So
You're gonna be at which conference?
golf conference.
Oh,
so is there
good
another
for
time
you.
that we can take the golf?
Outstanding. What do you guys want to do? Would you like to wait till after? Do you want to take it
Probably
before or? is it-
Probably after, because I want to finish the
I want to study like over
study
the
guide and cheat
weekend.
sheet
Okay,
before
good.
Friday. So
Well, what I can do is this, do either of you have a period free at all or a study hall?
No.
Okay, here's what we'll do. If you are unable to come in after school or before school to come in and do it, I can provide you a copy of it, take it home, you take it with your parents. They confirm that you take whatever time I tell you on it, et cetera, and then you give it to them and then you take it back to me the next day. Y'all get that? Whatever day you want next week is fine.
that's good.
Deal?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Probably.
Well, we
That's
have,
up.
we have a match.
And I'll leave that to you. I mean, if it happens that you got free time after, before a match that you got, then fine. All right? Danny, thank you for telling me.
One of the grades that I wrote on the sheet.
Come on. Come over here to this side right here. Okay, Now,
Was 0.
did you give it to me?
I did. On
Okay,
this
hang on
paper.
just a second here. Oh, on a piece of paper.
Look like this. My mom is like totally breathing down my neck about it. So yes, there is.
This one?
Yeah.
Where is my, there it is. Okay, this is third period. Okay, this is- I have to know the assignment first. So molecules test. Right?
Yeah.
This is such a pain in the butt. Molecules test. Okay. Okay, what am I doing for you, Miss Jones? Okay, oh, there she is. Okay, and you have 70, is that 77?
Yes.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, okay. Where's David? Yeah, where am I going, David? Which
The
assignment?
Pogel on water and the C2 study guide.
Hold on. What you said?
Yeah.
And what am I putting there? 100%, but I don't have that. So that'll be what?
119,
19.
I think.
And next, sir,
And the C2 study guide too.
which one?
The C2 study guide.
Okay, that's the test.
I got 44 on that. I think I said 44. Yeah, 44.
Don't leave yet. 44, yeah. That's done.
Thank you.
Sir.
Be here on Monday for sure, but I might be on the Zoom call on Friday. I have
Okay.
a conference on Monday.
What's the conference involved?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Swing hard. Get him in the hole. Okay. We'll talk about when you get back, whatever's missing, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
Stand up. Stand next to your chair, please. Do not move anywhere else, please. I know what you're going to. Oh, you're kidding me. You did. You did last night. Can you get wiped off if you put the rags up here in this container? Appreciate it. Yeah,
Which two structural formulas are we doing for 7?
The ones I think I have.
Is it
They're
just
two
glucose?
glucoses, they're two
Two glucose.
alpha and a beta,
Oh, okay.
so they'd be the same.
Okay, thank you.
Although I sent it in, but it meant to say the last name. No, it meant to say the last name. And they just like read the list of what people do.
This is crazy nuts. What is this thing here? Let's get it on.